It is my pleasure to welcome you to the Resourcing Virtual Conference 2022. Reality Check on Responsible Sourcing, Trends, Obstacles and Opportunities is the title. This is in total the third conference of this resourcing project after the opening conference that was held in January 21 and the virtual conference from November 21. I'm very happy to see some people here again. Welcome, and welcome to everybody who's new to this conference series. My name is Ursula Kopp. I'm part of the Vienna team of the Research Institute for Managing Sustainability at the Vienna University of Economics and Business. I've been working in the field of sustainable development for three decades now almost, and I've been a moderator in science and policy dialogues several times so far. For this conference, I'm the overall moderator of the whole event, and I will be working together with some expert moderators for the different thematic sessions. Let's have a look at the agenda for the 3 days together. It's a 3-day event, all virtual. So on day one, today, you can have 2 sessions. One is on this stress test for responsible sourcing, where we also look at the geopolitical tensions, the rising ones. And in session 2, we look at aligning the European Union and Latin American visions, and just giving a try that. Tomorrow, we will start at 9 o'clock in the morning, Central European time, so it's all our Central European time, with a session first on digital solutions for supply chain due diligence, and then a session on the question, how able is the mining sector to extract responsible sourced minerals for the green economy? And after each day, there will be, for all the registered participants, there will be informal get-togethers. So we will try to do something that is normal in an in-person conference, where you can, after the event, just stay there, have a glass, and then have a chat. And we will try to do this online. It worked in the past year, so we are very positive that this can be something that you can join if you like, or if you're not, then it can be short or long, just depending on who wants to talk about what. And then there's a third day on Thursday, November the 10th, in the afternoon from 3 to 5, our time, Central European time again. There is a project networking session for all the registered participants. Here you can meet and learn about 5 different projects and organizations in the sphere of responsible sourcing. So please do enjoy the conference. And before we get into today's detailed program, I would love to give you some general information. We deliberately organized the parts of the conference in different parts of the days in order to give people from all over the world the opportunity to join at some times, and we are very happy to have people here from all over the world. This webinar will be recorded and streamed via YouTube. And in this recording, it will only be the speakers and not the audience, because you're in a different channel. All the registered people have also access to the resource library on the webpage, and also the event recordings will be available there. Non-registered persons can still join via the YouTube live stream, which you can find on the event website. If you have any questions about data protection or privacy, we sent out a participant information sheet beforehand. Please have a look at that. And if you have any further questions, you can always contact us. For the success of this conference, we would ask you to help us by completing the conference survey, which will be shared with you throughout the program. It will at some time be a pop-up window during the day. You cannot really miss it, and we'd be happy if you would answer a few really short and quick questions on that. If you have any technical difficulties, maybe you want to write down the email addresses of our 2 colleagues in the background here at our office, which is Noé Barrière and Andreas Endel. They're always there to help you and to assist you, and we will always also put their email addresses into the chat soon. So those are the people you can contact about anything you might need during the conference. So please do enjoy the day. When we start with me showing you the conference agenda for today. We will have the conference opening by the coordinator of the resourcing project, Alexander Graf, and then we will immediately start with session 1, the stress test for responsible sourcing. There you will have one expert moderator, and there will be some input presentations, 2 presentations on the topic, and then there will be about 1 hour of panel discussion where you can be part of. At about 4 p.m. we will take a break for about half an hour, and then we continue with session 2, where we look at the if there is a common agenda possible between the EU and Latin America. And again, there will be input presentations for you first, and then there will be 1 hour time for panel discussions with additional experts in the field. And then at the end, as already mentioned, at 6 p.m. Central European time, we will start this short informal exchange for all registered participants where you were very invited to take part. So let's start with the first part of the program on the next slide. Alexander Graf is the coordinator of the resourcing project, and he will start. And I would like to introduce him to all those who haven't met him before. Alexander is Senior Project Manager and Research Fellow at the Vienna University of Economics and Business. We are colleagues. And one could call him a sustainability enthusiast with significant experience in EU and international sustainability agendas, with a special focus on the responsible sourcing of mineral raw materials along global supply chains. Also specialized in multi-stakeholder collaboration and knowledge exchange, he also worked in international development and covers areas such as circular economy and responsible research and innovation. Alexander, the microphone is yours to open the conference.
Thank you, Ursula, for your very kind introduction, actually. And also perhaps a very warm welcome from my side to everyone. It's been, or it is, a true pleasure for us to organize and host this conference. I believe and hope that we have been able actually to organize an exciting program covering actually a variety of cutting-edge important topics on responsible sourcing. And I'm also actually quite happy that we have been able to invite a variety of different expert speakers actually to cover these topics. So I can only, well, as I just said, welcome everyone and also invite everyone to join us throughout the next 3 days and the different live sessions that we have. But before jumping directly into the conference program as such, it may also be good to have a few words on the resourcing project as such, especially among those or for those of you who haven't been at any of the resourcing events so far. So yeah, we are resourcing, and onto the next slide, please. And resourcing is basically a 4-year project funded by the European Commission's H2020 program. We are in total 12 partners, 10 European and 2 non-European ones, that together represent a rather diverse group of different stakeholders and expertise in order to kind of have open discussions, independent discussions, and also kind of allow for different perspectives. Next slide, please. In a nutshell, resourcing is aimed at establishing a multi-stakeholder platform for responsible sourcing in mineral value chains, and more particularly 3 value chains that are key to the green transition or green transition agendas such as the European Green Deal. Namely, the 3 are, as you can see on the slide, renewable energy, mobility, and the electronic sector. And as we all know, vast amounts of additional raw materials are needed in order to achieve the ambitions of sustainability agendas such as the European Green Deal. And it is therefore our shared responsibility to ensure as much as possible that the raw materials or the extraction and processing of these raw materials does not harm the society or the environment, but rather and ideally benefits, especially those communities where the raw materials come from. And against this background, resourcing tries to support those framework conditions that are necessary to scale the adoption of responsible sourcing practices, especially in the EU, but also globally, especially in view of global value chains. And the main way of doing so is basically by convening different stakeholders across policy, civil society, and business, and together identify those kind of challenges, mainly on a strategic level, again, in terms of agenda setting, strategies, etc. Those challenges that currently inhibit the broader adoption of responsible sourcing practices. And how do we convene basically these stakeholders? Well, in a set of different event formats, such as conferences, as we have it today, workshops, labs, global advocacy forums, together with an online platform for knowledge sharing and exchange. And what are we doing basically then in these events? Well, apart from general knowledge exchange, our main aim is then to co-design together with the stakeholders and actors the different project outputs. And among these are, of course, apart from creating a global network of responsible sourcing experts and practitioners, especially the design and creation of sectoral roadmaps. So one roadmap for each focus sector of how to achieve a specified vision of responsible sourcing until 2050. These roadmaps define concrete targets, milestones, and recommendations for the different stakeholders. And these roadmaps are then further complemented by so-called good practice guidance documents or guidelines, in which we showcase how selected recommendations of the roadmap can actually be then implemented by the different stakeholders. And last but not least, these different outputs are then meant to culminate in something like a common understanding, a common vision, or perhaps even a common definition of responsible sourcing in order to homogenize this rather fragmented field with a lot of different practices, solutions, approaches to responsible sourcing. And this fragmentation is also seen as one of the main challenges in our project that we would like to tackle. Yeah, so that's basically resourcing in a nutshell. Next slide, please. And what you can see here, and you will also find it on our website, is then a very quick overview of the timeline, actually what the project is about. You don't see the entire timeline here because, as I just said before, it's a 4-year project that started in 2020. But in any case, the most important parts you see here, we have already the results for 2 of the 3 main sectors, so renewable energy and the mobility sector. We have both the roadmaps and the good practice guidances. And according to this timeline, we are also right in the middle of actually producing the outcomes for the electronic sector. So in this case, please be invited to visit our website. You will find all the outputs there that we have already, with more to come. And as you can see also from this timeline, we basically have 1 more year to go. We go until the end of 23. And this means that apart from a few more events that we are organizing, well, apart from today's conference or this week's conference, we will also have 2 more events outside the European context, 1 in Africa and 1 in Asia. And we also will have 1 more larger conference end next year. This goes together also with a few kind of important synthesis reports that will basically extract the most important outcomes and results of our project. All of this, as I just said, will be on our website. Next slide, please. So just for you, very quickly, what's coming next? What are the most important points in the upcoming months from the resourcing project? First of all, I would just like to mention briefly that the resourcing will be present at the EU Raw Materials Week next week in Brussels. We will not host a dedicated session or resourcing session in that sense this year. However, representatives of the resourcing project will be present there throughout the week. We will be participating and joining different events there. Of course, we will also bring our promotional materials. And therefore, this is a bit of an invitation to all those of you who are also intending to join the Raw Materials Week. Well, if there is interest, just reach out to us, and we are always happy to meet and, well, discuss synergies, etc. Then, very importantly from our side, in parallel, we will also bring online our new website. There will be a major website update that is actually planned for next week. And again, I can just invite everyone, please have a look at it, because over the last 3 years, actually, resourcing produced a lot of content, and all this content is and will be published also on the new website. Content that actually is intended to help you and support you in your journey, maybe as a business stakeholder, maybe may you be from policy or from civil society in your practice towards responsible sourcing, as I just said it. Yeah, Then next, also two more events that I would briefly like to mention. One is the so-called flagship lab on the electronic sector in January 23. This event is basically working towards the good practice guidances, as I mentioned it before, and we will discuss and learn from a few selected case examples, real world case examples, as they are already practiced and exist. And other than that, I would also like to mention quickly the Global Advocacy Forum in South Africa that will be held back-to-back with the Mining Indaba in February 2023, where we will discuss, especially with local stakeholders, their perspectives on responsible sourcing and simply try to explore and discover synergies and differences also with regards to our own results. Yeah, I think that's it mainly from my side. Next slide. Please, again, enjoy the conference and be invited to visit our website. And also, of course, subscribe to our LinkedIn account, to our newsletter, and simply follow us in the upcoming months and year with the remaining results. I think there's still some exciting activities actually going on from our side. Yeah, thanks a lot, and back to you, Ursula.
Thank you very much, Alexander. So let's go ahead with the program. We are even some minutes ahead, but that doesn't really matter. We will start with session 1 in a minute. In order for you to benefit the most, we have hired expert moderators for each of the thematic sessions. Those are people who have an important part within the resourcing project, and they are real experts. Now I will introduce the moderator of session 1 in a minute. But before I do so, let me briefly summarize what you can get out of the conference in the next 2 days on the next slide, right? Please do explore the conference resource library for additional materials and for the recording of this event. If you registered, we have, for this event, we have more than 420 registrations, which is really great, and we are very happy and thankful for that interest. Also, become part of the discussion and write your questions into the Q&A sections. You have it on your computer at the bottom. Q&A, this is the section that will be open throughout the conference. You can type in something at any time, either by using your name or staying anonymously. That's up to you. And you also have the option to comment and like or upvote other comments or questions in the Q&A section, giving us a sign of what interests you most and what are you mostly interested in. And me and my colleague in the background, we will do our best to include all your thoughts into the sessions, as well as the moderators will do. So to start for us some communication that's possible on these very up-to-date issues, I would say. So if Patrick is ready in the background, then I would be ready to introduce session 1, stress test for responsible sourcing. And I think he will explain it in detail. So I'm not going into detail now, but I would like to say a couple of words about Patrick. Patrick Nadol is from the EIT Raw Materials. He's an expert in responsible sourcing of strategic minerals and metals. He holds a PhD in geology from the University of Auckland in New Zealand. And he has over 15 years of experience working at the interface between the mining industry, government, and academia. And in his current position as a senior advisor for exploration of resource assessments at the EIT Raw Materials, he focuses mainly on stakeholder engagement, raw materials, business intelligence, and innovative solutions for the exploration of and mining sector. Hello, welcome, Patrick Nadol. The floor is yours, and the next session is yours.
Thank you, Ursula. Thank you, Alex. And yeah, welcome everyone to our 3rd online event. My pleasure to be hosting the first session of the day. It's a bit of an elephant in the room, the stress test for responsible sourcing, because the current geopolitical tensions that we're seeing are certainly a stress test, not just for responsible sourcing, but for other aspects as well. So this session will look at where are we in terms of our ambitions, what is being done, and where we can get practically, realistically in the next few decades. So welcome all. Thank you to the organizers. And I know this is often a divisive and provocative topic. controversial, sometimes even very emotional, but these are all trademarks of a wicked problem, but also trademarks of a problem that's obviously worth solving and worth dealing with and worth figuring out how to deal with it. We have already gone through the session housekeeping, so I will skip that part. Importantly, I just want to re-emphasize there is this Q&A button, or whatever the combination of letters may be in your language, that's at the bottom, and please participate actively through that. So, stress test for responsible sourcing. I just mentioned a few buzzwords. So what does that mean? Let me maybe paint a better picture for this session here and the panel discussion to follow. So these tension that we're seeing at the moment, they're certainly have economic pressures attached to them, and they somewhat highlighted the dichotomy between our ambitions, so the responsible sourcing ambitions, just mentioning things like the Green Deal, etc., and what is reality. So despite a recent ranking by EY that puts ESG once more as the #1 business risk for the mining and metal sector, where are we? Is sustainability, has that taken a back seat in the current climate? And can we afford to trade off priorities like that while we're facing a global climate crisis with all its economic and social ripple effects, obviously? So are we seeing, in a nutshell, are we seeing too little, too late, too slow in a situation when even too much might not be enough? Again, I'm putting this very, into, I want to highlight this in this way to really, incentivize the panelists to react to those somewhat controversial statements maybe that I'm making here. So these ambitious sustainability goals that we set ourselves, are they still achievable, especially when supply chains are under these economic pressures that I mentioned? So these are the questions we would like to examine in this session and discuss how economic resilience, the twin transition, and responsible sourcing can be combined meaningfully, ethically, and sustainably, obviously. But before we dive into that, I'm sure, very lively panel discussion, we have a couple of input presentations that will present the roadmaps that have already been finalized through the resourcing project. So we will hear first from Marie-Therese Krügel, the Roadmap 2050 on renewable energy. Marie-Therese is a project researcher at the University of Leoben with a mining engineering background. And after that, we will hear another short presentation on the Roadmap 2050 on mobility by Johannes Beetz. He is a researcher at the Öko Institute with a background in battery chemistry, quite fittingly. Marie-Therese, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Patrick. Could I please share my screen? Could you enable that for me? Perfect, I think it's working now. Can you see my presentation? I see nodding, perfect, yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Great. So hello and welcome also from my side. Let me start off with a quote. Sustainability is the pathway to supply chain resilience. I chose this quote because I think it's very fitting for today's session. And studies do show that striving for sustainability not only contributes to the achievement of environmental, social, and economic goals in supply chains, but also to more resilient supply chains. So this is one of the many reasons why the Resourcing Project is working on establishing a joint vision for responsible sourcing. For this purpose, you've already heard that we have been developing roadmaps for 3 sectors that are key for the energy transition: the renewable energy sector, mobility, and electronics. All of our roadmaps are based on multi-actor consultations with representatives from policy, from industry and civil society, and from South Africa, from Chile, from the EU, and many other regions and countries worldwide. For this presentation, we are going to focus on the resourcing project roadmap for responsible sourcing in the renewable energy sector. And the question we will be exploring in the next couple of minutes is how responsible sourcing in this sector can contribute to more resilient supply chains. First of all, in the roadmap, we think it is very important that responsible sourcing efforts consider the entire supply chain and the product lifecycle. So from the exploration of resources and reserves, their extraction, the product manufacturing, and finally their reuse and recycling. The renewable energy roadmap focuses on the mining of copper, rare earth elements, and quartz for the manufacturing of wind turbines and solar photovoltaic modules, and finally the recycling of those technologies. Our roadmap contains recommendations for policymakers, for industry, civil society, research, and academia. Based on our consultation process, we defined 5 overarching targets reflecting this supply chain and life cycle approach. So our targets are the creation of a level playing field, social sustainability and responsible production, responsible procurement, the achievement of the Paris Agreement and environmental sustainability, and finally, circular economy and decreased resource consumption. The dates you see here in this roadmap are not indicative of the urgency of the targets. Each target needs to be addressed now, but the targets are subdivided into milestones, and some milestones need to be achieved sooner. Some milestones simply take more time to achieve them. So for example, the decreased resource consumption requires far-reaching changes of our current economic system. Therefore, we have the time frame until 2050. We're now going to look at some of those targets in more detail. So considering circular economy and decreased resource consumption, we believe there are various measures that can be taken to not only improve the sustainability in supply chains, but also the resilience. So for example, reuse and recycling, increasing resource and energy efficiency, and so on. Specific aspects we are considering here are the creation of a market for secondary raw materials by introducing quotas for recycling and also for including secondary materials in new products. This is accompanied by research for the substitution of unrecyclable materials that we actually enable those recycling processes. It is also important to increase the awareness of the impacts our consumption patterns have on the environment, on climate, and on people. The public needs to be informed, and alternatives for our current consumption patterns need to be created. An improved cross-sectoral and cross-supply chain collaboration can increase resource efficiency, for example, by enabling companies to source the input material from waste streams of other companies. Considering the second target, the achievement of the Paris Agreement and environmental sustainability, the introduction of a life cycle business strategy, the electrification of production processes as far as possible, and innovation are only some of the possible measures to improve resilience. Manufacturers will be required to introduce take-back programs for their products and set up recycling infrastructure. This decreases the waste streams to landfills from end-of-life renewable energy technologies and infrastructure. And it also allows the manufacturers to reuse their own materials. Further guidance on this aspect is provided in our good practice guidance document that provides information on 4 real-life examples, as Alex has already mentioned before. And it allows peers to really learn from this example and apply similar projects themselves. Similarly, a life cycle assessment for new technologies and products is needed to evaluate materials also according to the social and environmental impacts before a product is brought to market. This is, of course, also useful for existing products to assess alternative sources. The goal is really to avoid negative impacts that can eventually lead to supply disruptions, for example. Finally, the most important target with regards to supply chain resilience is, of course, the responsible procurement. Here we really focus on the procurement process itself. So from the supplier selection, supplier assessment, supply chain due diligence, transparency, cooperation, etc. We subdivided the recommendations in our roadmap not only according to the targets and the milestones, but also according to the actor group. So in the case of responsible procurement, our recommendations for EU policymakers are improving the transparency in mineral raw material supply chains by cooperating with supplier countries, with companies, and introducing requirements for chain of custody standards. Additionally, we also recommend enabling responsible mining in Europe, naturally only using best practices available and supporting R&D to advance sustainability in mining operations. Industry is required to adapt their procurement strategies. On the one hand, by developing supplier assessments and contributing to the creation of a shared database of shared resources to decrease administrative burdens for audits and assessments. This is actually another one of our good practice guidance cases. And on the other hand, by collaborating with suppliers to improve sustainability and to create trust in supply chains. Decreasing the complexity of the supply chains and the distance, for example, by local procurement, is another important measure to improve the supply resilience. Now, this roadmap has been developed more than 1 year ago, actually. And we are now looking at very different geopolitical circumstances. So after hearing these recommendations and what we deem necessary to achieve responsible sourcing, as well as more resilient supply chains, I want to invite you to think about the question, can we actually still achieve our targets? Or do we simply have other more pressing issues we need to worry about at the moment? With that, I hand back over to you, Patrick. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marie-Therese. And I would like to, before we move on to Johannes, please ask your questions on the platform using the Q&A button. Depending on your language setting, that might be a different combination of letters, but please let us know your questions after this first section here with Marie-Therese and Johannes' presentations. There will be time for maybe 1 or 2 questions that I will pick online. So please, we want to hear from you as well. So, and with that, thank you again, Marie-Therese. We move on to the second roadmap on mobility presented by Johannes Beetz. Johannes. Are you there? Yes, I can see you now.
Yes, I wasn't
And I can
allowed
hear
to
you now.
start my video, but I'm here now. I would like to share my screen, which is also possible by now. Very nice. So thanks a lot for the opportunity to speak today and to present our work from the mobility sector. We also have a similar picture as you've seen before for the renewable energies. We also looked at different sectors and for a roadmap until 2050. And there we have the topics of responsible procurement, circular economy, and decreased resource consumption, and the level playing field. So we focus only on 3 main topics. However, of course, there are overarching topics like the Paris Agreement, planetary boundaries, and strong sustainability, which are like the overarching goals for this. For these 3 topics or targets, you could call them, we also formulated several milestones and recommendations specifically for policymakers, industry, and civil society. As I do not have time to go into depth into all of them, I will just give you a brief overview over certain milestones in these 3 topics and try to correlate them to the general question if we can still achieve them due to the global economic and other tensions and crises we have at the moment. In my view, to take my conclusions a little bit to now, circular economy and decreased resource consumption, in my view, is actually easier to achieve if in view of the global crisis at the moment, as it's a lot also about decreasing consumption, sufficiency, and so on, and also about less producing less, reusing more. On the other hand, responsible procurement and level playing field, at least from my view, seems to be more difficult. Why that is like this, I will come to now. So, first target, circular economy and decreased resource consumption. First, the definition for circular economy, as I think a lot of you have heard about it, but everybody understands something else. From my point of view, it's mostly about eliminating waste and pollution, but also creating products that they can be recycled. So looking at the whole value chain and trying to get the whole economic system to bend to the ideal of reusing the material to produce new products, using less materials, keeping products into use, and regenerate natural systems. For us, this means recycling, resource efficiency, energy efficiency, but also changes of economic system, reduce resource consumption in general, change mobility patterns, as we are talking about the mobility sector in this case, and reuse. So looking at the milestones, I know this is a lot of text, but just to highlight some of these aspects, we have milestones for 2025, 2030, 2040, and 2050. And we have to start now to be actually able to achieve our goals in the long term. One big impact will make the resource efficiency, also including design for recycling and waste policies, which have to be implemented now to be able to reduce our resource consumption. We need to stop the growth of cars registered in the EU, and then so this is done by 2025, hopefully, and then we need to try to decrease the numbers over the next years down to 10% by 10% compared to now by 2030, and down to 30% by 2040. And for 2050 to actually achieve a reduction of primary resource consumption by 80% compared to 2035, where we expect the peak of resource consumption for traction batteries for electric mobility. To actually achieve this goal, we think that it's actually necessary to decrease the number of registered cars by at least 50%. So this will be easier if you think about the growing tensions. However, we also need to have a shift to electric mobility in general at the moment. So this means we need to change the in general, the numbers of ICEs, internal combustion engines, have to go down drastically, and we need incentives for changing behavior. So using more public transportation, using more car sharing, or reducing mobility in general by measures like home office and so on. There are a lot of other milestones to be achieved, but yeah, as I said, I do not have time to go down in every little detail. So next topic would be responsible procurement. There we are looking at transparency, standards for tracing and recycling. We have enough standards for mining that we don't need new standards there, but we need standards which are also able to report of tracing raw materials, and also for smelting and recycling. We need a global supply chain due diligence, and which is also very important to define what actually a sustainable product is. So what is a sustainable battery? We need a global understanding of this as well. More local development, Marie-Therese already talked about this. Then this is also connected to supplier assessments, intra-supply chain cooperation to make it possible that people talk to each other and enable a responsible procurement in the first place, and mining in the EU, as we cannot just shift the burden of mining to other countries. So if we look at the milestones for each of the years, starts at 2025 with things like to widen the view of responsible sourcing to all three pillars of sustainability, so ESG. As I said, new standards for tracing of raw materials and for smelting and recycling, and also to find a common understanding of a sustainable product, a sustainable battery. It also can include things like promoting the local development through local procurement. We need elimination of worker rights abuses and supply chains. And this is also supported if trade agreements include from now on supply chain due diligence, at least for the G7 for all materials. For 2030, we are even more ambitious, going in the direction of the SDGs and also supply chain due diligence laws for the European level, zero financial crime, the social license to operate for new recycling, cell production, and new mines. And also within the EU, that 100% of minerals and semi-products are purchased actually from responsible sources or responsible recycling processes. Not all recycling is by nature sustainable or responsible, so it needs to have also standards for that. Of course, this is also connected to renewable energy along the entire supply chain by 2040. And by 2050, we would like to have no more negative impacts from the whole supply chain. So looking one step back, as I said, this is probably more difficult to achieve looking at the global crisis at the moment. However, it's also connected to a higher resilience of the supply chain, as Marie-Therese said before. Next target would be the level playing field, so that actually stakeholders, actors in the field who are more ambitious concerning ESG standards and so on do not have a disadvantage by that. And this means that not only the cheapest product should win, but the polluters have to pay. There has to be a principle of quality over price, harmonization of standards, and also harmonization of general standards for mining and production, not only in the EU, but around the world. And this also includes formalization of ASM, mandatory minimum standards to have a baseline, and producer responsibility, while we need to rely also on international cooperation. For the milestones, as I said, the polluter pays principle and border tax adjustments should be achieved by 2030. The extended producer responsibility as well as harmonized sustainability and reporting criteria, why we need to establish a harmonized EU mining and production policies to actually make it possible to have sustainable mining in the EU. And there are several other topics. I won't go into detail, but one more important one from my understanding is that we need a free, prior and informed consent and a voice of civil society in the producing countries when it's about permitting processes for mining and production. And by 2050, we would like to have a common understanding and fulfillment of sustainable production methods and international level playing field for all actors. So in my view, as I said, this will be more difficult, but you can choose to agree or disagree with me. And this is the end of my talk. Thank you very much. I only had time to go into a very broad overview. So if you want to have more information about the mobility sector, our goals, and especially our recommendations, please go to our website where you can look into the published document. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Johannes. Yeah, very good. We do have actually one question, and I want to re-emphasize what you just said. Please, for further information, please go to the resourcing website or reach out directly to Alex from the WU Vienna. Before we move into the panel discussion, there was one question I saw for Johannes, and that was, what do you mean by repurposing? You did mention, obviously, recycling as one important aspect, and you did mention repurposing. Maybe you can a little bit elaborate on that, Johannes, if I can bring you back in.
Yes, please. So the question is very good. So our focus, perhaps I wasn't clear on that, is not only the mobility sector, but especially lithium-ion batteries for electric mobility. And there we have repurposing by reusing the batteries at the end of life for a vehicle, repurposing them in another application, like, for example, as energy storage application at stationary storage. So if you want to power your house with electricity and a solar panel, that you can actually use a battery from an electric car instead of a new battery, and just further intensify the use of the production and make sure that the energy and resources which went into the battery are used even further. You're muted.
Oh, sorry. Thanks, Johannes, for pointing that out. Yes, thank you for your reply. And I believe that's essentially and intrinsically part of the design for circularity as well, this kind of approach, I would argue. So thank you very much. I don't see any further questions to our first two speakers. So thank you, Marie-Therese. Thank you, Johannes. To all of you, you can still obviously ask your questions throughout the session and throughout the day. Please put them in the Q&A section of Zoom online on your browser or in your application. But now it's time to deep dive into this topic with a panel discussion. And before I kind of rehash the points I made at the very beginning, let me introduce the panel to you. And I'm really excited to have such a great group of people here from different stakeholder groups. We have Cecilia Mate from Transport and Environment, an NGO. Cecilia is the Clean Vehicles Officer at TNE with a business background and public affairs experience in the transport and energy sector at EU level. We have, I hope, Jan Notre Dame from CSR Europe, a consultancy. Jan has a law background and is the co-founder of CSR Europe, a network of 100 corporate members and national partner organizations that supports and unites over 10,000 enterprises across Europe on corporate sustainability and responsibility. We have Ashlyn Ramlochan from Anglo American. Ashlyn leads the sustainable supply chain function at Anglo American, one of the world's largest diversified mining companies, as we are all aware, I'm sure. He's part of their effort and ambition to create and further inclusive supply chains. And last but very certainly not least, Richard Glorgin from the Helmholtz-Zentrum Dresden-Rossendorf, an RTO. Richard has a PhD in marine geoscience and is the lead scientist at HZDR HIF. He has led relevant Horizon projects before and is now leading the EU project that also focuses on ESG aspects in the extractive sector called Vector that has recently started. So a warm welcome to all my panelists. And before I give the word to you, I just want to quickly rehash where we are here. So how big is the gap between our responsible sourcing ambitions and reality in the current global setting? Do we need to change our mindsets more drastically than we maybe already have, or adjust our business models from short-term benefits to more purpose-driven? Are the two mutually exclusive? And how is all of this achievable in the current geopolitical climate? And the pun is very much intended here. So with that, I would like to give the word to Cecilia first, and then I would like to make the round, maybe with 2 to 3 minutes reflections on those points that have been mentioned so far. Cecilia.
Sure, thank you so much, Patrick. Yeah, very good question, very difficult question to answer, but from Transport and Environment's point of view, what I can say is that it's, undeniable that the European Green Deal goals will require more critical raw materials. And these raw materials will probably have to come from new mining, but especially we will need recycling, right? So that's the key word around scaling up. Recycling, the role that some new mining will have, but the most important thing, and Johannes covered this in his presentation, is around ensuring that everything is done to the highest social and environmental standards. And a key component here, whether we go for new mining or for recycling, is scaling up refining, because the skills needed in refining are the same skills needed in recycling at the end of the day. So it's sort of a no regrets option in terms of EU strategy. And this is what really the focus should be for Europe. And that also ties into, existing mines. What can we do with them? Is there waste, for example, that we can remine? So again, the investments in refining and recycling are really a no regret option.
Very good, thank you, Cecilia. And we can dive into some of those aspects more deeply in a second, but I would like to pass on the same question, so the reflection on what has been said so far, to Jan, if he's actually in the meeting.
Yes, you hear me?
There you are. Great to see you. Yes.
Hi. So, well, thank you very much, Patrick. And yes, your question about what is the gap between ambition and reality, looking and focusing maybe a little bit on what is currently happening in Europe on due diligence. What we see is the following. 99% of the energy from many different actors have been spent on the elaboration of a European regulation on due diligence. and which I think everybody is welcoming so that we have a more harmonized, coherent playing field. However, this is giving much stress on the duty of care, which is exactly what we need. And I would say that COVID and the crisis today is putting even more light on this need. But the impact might be extremely poor if it doesn't go together with spending far more energy on what we call the duty to collaborate. And that is where we are missing Europe nowadays, not mobilizing the reflection on what should be the capacity building, the accompanying measures, even for the very large firms, that when you see them locally acting, the level of loneliness is amazing. So that is what we see today. Europe might end with a kind of exacerbation of tensions because our partners are looking at Europe, flagging nice principles and values and now regulations. But what is the real impact of the Europeans on enhancing the livelihoods of farmers, miners, and workers? So where do we walk the talk of our beautiful values and principles and regulations? That's the big question. There is hope. There has been some work done, but it is very much unknown. It's under the carpet, but maybe I can take that for another question.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Jan. You actually you had some beautiful keywords there. Level of loneliness. That is, we have to come back to that one for sure. And it's interesting that you say collaboration is an issue in the EU. That's something I wouldn't have necessarily expected. So maybe we can go back to that point later. But yeah, let's pass it on to Ashlyn. Can you please, in the same way, maybe reflect on the initial statements and maybe also to the other speakers, what they have said so far. Ashlyn.
No, thank you, Patrick, and good afternoon, good morning to all of you. I'm working semi-remotely between the airport and home, so if there's a drop in quality in my signal, please let me know, and I'm happy to reiterate the key points. Thanks again to the speakers. I think it was really fascinating to listen to that perspective, and I think what I'd like to bring to the table is some of the realities we pick up with some of the legislation, how that may actually impact different parts of the world. I feel quite privileged to live in South Africa, which has its slew of problems. I'm looking forward to having a glass of wine with some of you at the Mining Indaba at the back end of next February, where we can actually share a bit more. Just reflecting some of the elements, when I look at the key challenges for responsible procurement, and Jan, building on the points that you've highlighted, I think we can't underestimate how challenging it is for suppliers to be able to engage with formalized supply chains. And I think the higher levels of complexity that are created, which are critically important, makes it that much more challenging to work actively with suppliers if there's no commitment to their development and increasing capacity within the industry. So I do think there's quite a nuance coming up, listening to the themes that we've spoken about. Some of the things that have really stood out is, if I think about the reality of, so firstly, let me take a step back. I think I welcome the world that we live in at the moment, because I think over the last 3 to 4 years, we've been looking at sustainability more differently than we have for a long time before this. I think COVID was something which challenged what our value chains look like. I think it stimulated significant conversations about where we have threats in that value chain, and has forced companies to think 2, 3, 4, 5 tiers into their supply chains. And I think at the same time, what was really interesting is you've had legislation in the world. So the Modern Slavery Act in the UK, the equivalent act in Australia, the EU due diligence, which are forcing supply chains to have greater levels of transparency, and therefore pushing a bigger duty on formalized supply chains like ours to understand where risk may sit and not look away where there's an opportunity to intervene. So I think we're in a very interesting space when it comes to sustainability, and I think we're reaching that really crucial point now where with protracted economies all over the world, whether we can actually put the appropriate investments and put the critical controls in play to ensure that we're able to satisfy stakeholders, but also do that responsibly. So I think it's a very, very interesting space that we're in. Some of the issues, and I don't want to elaborate too much because I know I'm mindful of time. Some of the issues I see that are probably not addressed and probably a few blind spots we need to think about is, again, as you think about a more increasing data footprint, how do you get clear visibility of that footprint? How do you get suppliers to be able to share with you parts of their value chains and potentially undermine their competitive positions or the value that they may have with those suppliers? Who bears the cost of compliance? And at what point is there an expectation to work more collaboratively within industries to get to that point? I think Marie mentioned a very interesting point about this massive duplication and lack of sharing within industries. That's something certainly we see within mining. I think certain sectors like electronics, you have effectively a bunch of companies that have committed to different protocols, and that makes suppliers to common companies, it makes it a lot easier to work with. But I think being able to provide adequacy both within industries becomes super critical, because otherwise you have this lack of mutual recognition and therefore sharing of data. I think there's potentially something we need to have a real discussion about when we think about how do we create inclusive supply chains on what is our commitment to capacity development, and at what point does the risk of introducing new suppliers become too much of an issue in terms of risk appetite for businesses, because you do have questions of reliability that come through from there. So yeah, a few thoughts, a bit scattered, but I love the fact that there are roadmaps in play. I love the fact that there's a stronger drive for harmonization, because I think that's incredibly critical. But I do think the points around industry collaboration, potentially looking at how do we get smarter and better at effectively making suppliers that want to work with us, making the expectations clearer without incurring significant compliance costs on their side. I think that's the really fragile space we need to balance off as we think about the new space. Yeah,
very, very good, Aislinn. And you dropped some really good keywords that we need to discuss. One point I want to make is that we will have a dedicated session actually that looks more into technical aspects of supply chain due diligence, particularly. So blockchain technology, for example, and those aspects will be discussed in a dedicated session tomorrow, if I'm not wrong. Alex or Ursula, correct me if I'm wrong. So these are very good points. So I think almost everybody mentioned harmonization, and I want to use this word to come back to maybe the key focus of the session before I let you answer that first reflection, is because harmonization in a way that kind of jars with what we're seeing geopolitically in the world at the moment. Harmony is not necessarily a word I would choose to describe what's going on in the world at the moment. So maybe with that backdrop, Richard, can you maybe also reflect on that discrepancy or not between the ambitions for responsible sourcing and what we're seeing in reality?
Yes, thank you for the question. It's a very, very complex question. I'm not sure I will be able to answer that question right now, but maybe I can give you a few keywords. I was very happy to hear about the word collaboration, because I think it's totally true. We have zero collaboration in many aspects, and that is at multiple scales. And I think it's driven by the paradox that right now there is a very, very strong demand for mining, but actually there is no willingness to have mining. And that is something that is a problem. So it is not a problem that will be solved if we don't change a few things. So other keyword that I heard, it's the value chain. And I think it's very, very, let's say, maybe not really a chain. So I think it's totally disconnected. And that is one of the reasons why we have so many problems. So this collaboration is also the collaboration within the sector. And why it is disconnected, it's because everything is market driven. So we have the mining company sell a product to a processing company that will probably sell it to different companies who will make products, and everything is disconnected. Everything is just driven by the market, and it's very difficult to make it sustainable because there is not this value chain that you can control from A to Z. Everything is disconnected with different partners and actors. And as long as we will not make sure that there is this collaboration along the value chain and that we have really a value chain, it will be extremely difficult to reach sustainability. And I think it's something that I personally find it extremely important, is that the only way we can reconnect this chain is the purpose. Why do we need mining? Why do we need sourcing? And who will do that and how? It's very, very easy to blame. Yeah. So the customer is quite easy to blame the mining, but will not blame itself. So one very nice example I heard recently is that everyone is happy to have electrical cars now. But the problem is that no one decided to decrease the power of the electrical cars. The electrical cars actually are getting bigger, more expensive, demanding more material than the cars before. So it means that at the end, the customer will drive an increase in things that ultimately he doesn't want. And I think it's very important that we go back into a value chain driven by purpose and not by market.
Very good. Thank you, Richard. All of you gave me a whole bunch of brilliant keywords. So I will now mix up the order of people, and I can see you all. So if you want to jump in, please raise your hand, and I can try to give you the word. It's always a bit more difficult online, as you all know, to have these panel discussions. But I want to go back to Jan first, because one key thing that was mentioned now by several of you is a lack of collaboration, a disconnection of value chains even, and players not being committed, not talking to each other. So you also mentioned this beautiful term, the level of loneliness, Jan. Maybe can you elaborate on that? Because obviously we hear in a meeting that's from a Horizon Europe project, so clearly a collaboration is happening. But maybe you can elaborate more what you mean by this loneliness and this maybe lack of collaboration that you see.
Well, I have to pay tribute to Stefan Kretz, the executive director of CISA Europe. He's currently in DRC, and the work we are doing there with the support of GIZ is to see where we can increase the level of understanding and trust among local players in two provinces where there are mines, and to see, okay, what are methodologies that can bring and unite together players that for such a long time are there with a lot of distance, in fact. And especially when it comes to the challenge for forging local capacity building among players to diversify economic activities and jobs in regions where mines are a kind of monopoly, with everything that goes around in terms of human rights problems, environmental problems, without even talking about the armed forces that are playing a very strange role there. But the question that we put to ourselves together with the OEMs, with the automotives, which we work a lot with, CISA Europe is facilitating or coordinating what is called Drive Sustainability, which is a collective effort of the automotives to embed human rights and environment into their supply chains. But when you go locally, it's extremely difficult to have companies to go beyond pilots, artisanal projects, if I can say so. I don't speak about the artisanal miners, but this each on its own doing a nice little project that doesn't reach any impact. So the loneliness is not only with the large mining, but also with the other key actors. And it's a strong demand. We had a discussion just a year ago with Mrs. Basaiba. She's a vice prime minister in Congo in charge also of sustainability. She is asking, I want to collaborate with European and maybe international OEMs and see what is it that we can do locally. And it's bloody difficult. And that is why we are using that word of loneliness. But we see that it is of the responsibility of the large buyers, especially here in the case of automotives. It's part of the responsibility, the level of power and performance and benefits they do should integrate a much bigger responsibility to invest in forging these local ecosystem partnerships, and not only through pilots. That doesn't result in anything. So where do you build also a value chain with a much wider offer of education that can conduct to other jobs than only being there in a mine? Is it an official mine or an artisanal mine or whatever? Look, I will not go further on that. We will send you a link to this article by Stefan on the loneliness of mining companies.
Right. Thanks, Jan. That's a very good point, and I want to bounce that back to Ashlyn now. Jan, maybe is it also that you think, for example, big mining players need to be more meaningfully brought into any collaboration that is happening or should be happening? And yeah, I want to pass this to Ashlyn now to respond.
Yeah, thank you, Jan, for the comments, and Patrick for paraphrasing it. I fully agree with those challenges, Jan. I think the one thing that we can't get away from is the discomfort around materials not being beneficiated closer to source. So typically, when you think about the southern part of the world where most materials are manufactured, they typically would be sent off in raw form to other parts of the world, remanufactured and sold back at significant premiums. And there's always a discussion about how could you effectively localize manufacture or levels of manufacture and then feed those into larger OEM networks. And that's something which, certainly from our company perspective, we're influencing really strongly. So we're using a lot of our procurement muscle. So we spend about $14 billion a year in procurement, primarily of mining goods. If I look at the distribution that we have, we would spend about probably 70% of that with under 500 companies, very large companies. And we're using much of that muscle with those companies to drive local relevance around their programs. I agree completely that when OEMs or mining companies think about markets where they work, there tends to be a paternalistic view in terms of what good development programs look like. And what we've seen is significant investments in projects that are not sustainable beyond pilot, significant programs which are done without consultations with the host communities around where relevance sits. And I think, unfortunately for mining, there's an expectation both from our customers and from our community stakeholders that mining resources are infinite. And I think that's a very difficult one, because we're obsessed about the problem of how do we move away from the narrative of mining to material stewardship, because that is ultimately what makes what we're doing a lot more sustainable. And it's building those networks into our customer base, which is super critical. But conversely, from a supply chain side, where we look at responsible procurement, to drive discussions on the circular economy and look at how do we create those value streams in conjunction with influencing our OEMs to partner more meaningfully on the ground, especially when it comes to both social investment projects. So I'm going to take a step back, because I think we shouldn't refer to these as social investment projects, because that's, I think, part of the issue, right? Where people feel compelled to invest in a school or in a little boutique project. Not that those are bad things, but they need to be done in a more coordinated manner, where we're able to leverage what's going to drive meaningful development in larger territories. And I think that's a trick that we're starting to get right. If I look at, again, the work in Anglo-American, we do something called collaborative regional development. And as part of that, we've pulled together stakeholders from the mining sector. So working with 5 to 10 different mining companies, along with research institutions and similar, and look at the areas where we have the biggest impact and how we could transfer into those areas the right levels of development, where we work in partnership with government, OEMs, and funders around basic infrastructure that drives a more manufacturing-based economy. So yeah, sorry, and I can go on for quite a bit about this, and I hope I didn't miss the key points, Patrick, that you've asked for. But I do think, yeah, the point of collaboration.
Very good, excellent. Yeah, and it is a highly complex topic, and I have to almost apologize already to the other sessions that are going to follow, because we're touching already on some of those aspects that will be discussed later as well. So I want to pass it on to Cecilia now. All right, so I want to try to steer this back maybe. Okay, all of these aspects that you all mentioned that are all highly relevant, how do they appear? How do they rate in the current geopolitical climate? Have they taken a back seat? Are we doing well and need to do even better? Should we not forget about those aspects that we mentioned? Are there any roadblocks now that weren't there before, let's say 12, 24 months ago? So with that in mind, I want to bring it back to you, Cecilia, now.
Yeah, thanks, Patrick. So I think, the current geopolitical situation has just stressed the urgency, right, to act upon raw material security for Europe in general. So the war with Russia, of course, has really accelerated things. If we think about the case of nickel, for instance, right, which Europe is largely dependent on for Russia. Yeah, without going into the fossil fuel debate, right? So I think, but we really think this is an opportunity for the mining industry and for Europe in general to really reset the scene, because for us it's clear that as Europe drafts this EU Critical Raw Materials Act, where we have a huge trade aspect coming in, we must partner with like-minded countries, right? So whether we want to partner with Australia or Canada, it's not the time to partner with basically Qatar or Saudi, right? Other regimes like Russia, if one can say. And then, so it was mentioned by Jan earlier, the due diligence, right? So for us, due diligence, the new due diligence law is the key tool to regulate the mining industry. And it's the key tool to really set a differentiator there for, between companies that can operate well or are doing better than others. But let's not forget that the mining industry overall has a legacy issue, right? Glencore was only fined last week. A few weeks ago, we had a coal mine disaster in Turkey. So these things keep happening. And that's why we need strong due diligence rules in order to set high environmental criteria, to make sure, that even exploration projects respect the rights of communities and of the environment. And due diligence is a progressive exercise, right? So again, I agree with what Jan said, that it's a matter of collaboration, but it's being a progressive exercise is not something you get right from the start. So collaboratively, we need to go out there, set these trade deals straight from the start, including in these trade deals high environmental and social criteria. And that's the only way that, you know, we can move forward and get more, greater consent, basically, from customers. So, you know, that the automotive industry was mentioned as a big driver of this, and it's true. You have 6 automotive companies signed up to the Initiative for Responsible Mining Assurance, which again is a multi-stakeholder governance. So it goes back to that piece around collaboration. Yeah, I think I can wrap it up there.
Yeah, we can come back.
Yeah.
We can maybe come back to some of the points. Yeah, please, all of you, raise your hand if you want to add to what's being discussed at the very second. So Richard, I see you raising your hand, and I actually, perfect segue there, Cecilia, that you gave. You talked about the Critical Raw Materials Act that's coming in Q1 next year, and you were talking about trade deals and this maybe leading, and I'm interpreting what you're saying, into diversification, essentially also in terms of the European raw materials market. To a degree, it's maybe clear that we cannot source it all, at least not in the short to medium term, right here, right now, responsibly. So where do we go with that in mind? And Richard, I know you have a good background in that. That's one thing I would like you to reflect on. And the other is, because it was also mentioned, the semantics of the discussion. Ashlan mentioned it, something that we shouldn't call it that. We should actually call it so-and-so. That is, I find that's something that always pops up. And how important do you feel are semantics in all of this? And how do we maybe need to simplify our language, stay away from jargon, and can that help already as well? So Richard, a lot of things, I know.
Yeah, it's a lot of things, but I think I will make you happy, because I will disagree a little bit with Cecilia, because she said that due diligence is a key aspect. I think it's important, but I think it's not the only way to see it. The problem is a problem of responsibility. Who is responsible for the sustainability? And I think it's everyone. And it's not only for the mining companies to do the job. If we need the raw materials for our comfort or for our well-being, I think it's for everyone to be responsible for it. And we cannot put all the due diligence on the mining companies because they are driven by other aspects. At the end of the day, what they need to do is make money because they have shareholders, and their shareholders want the money. So of course they can do some due diligence and do some work to engage and to have participation. But the problem is that most of the time the money is not there where you need it. And I think Ashleen was very clear on that. The problem is that a mining company generates some, let's say, capital, but most of the capital will be done when you go to the refinement and when you generate the product. And this money is not going back to the mine or to the local communities where you have the mines. And that is the problem, is that we put a lot of pressure on the mines to do engagement and to do participation and to ensure that we have, let's say, the social acceptance. But at the end of the day, it's a business of everyone. And if you look at other sectors, like the renewable sectors, you have incentives. They get a lot of money or they got a lot of money to do that, right? But there is no incentive for the mining sector because it is deemed to be, let's say, a bad sheep in the industry. But actually, what we should do is make incentive and support the value chain right at the beginning to make sure that the local communities that will take most of the risk and the problems problems from the mining, and not the opposite, which is the case now. The local communities take all the risk, will get all the problems, benefit the least from the value of this chain. So I think it's very, very important that maybe we think back a little bit what is the case. And what Cecilia said, that it started because we have these big alliances and so on. I think it's okay, but it's not driven by the need. It's driven by, no, it's not driven by the purpose, but it's driven by the need to ensure the access to the raw materials. And I think when I go back to your question, Patrick, has it changed in a good way or a bad way? I'm not sure if it's a good way, because right now we are reacting. We are not acting to ensure that it will be done the right way. What we do is react, and the richest, the most powerful will get access to the raw materials. Doesn't mean that those who are, let's say, the least, let's say, the local communities will not really benefit from it. So right now we are ensuring that the Western countries and the big industry is accessing to these raw materials. That is clear. But is it what we want? I'm not too sure.
Yeah, thanks, Usha. And I see you, Jan, raising your hand. I just wanted to add one thing here. What you said resonated with me quite a bit. The reactive versus the active. Are we being too reactive? And is that something that can be said for the sector and specifically for Europe, bringing in the geopolitical angle when we consider China, for example, which obviously has a key role when it comes to sourcing and also processing raw materials. So do we need to completely change our approach here? Or do we have the right tools in place and we just need to push a little bit harder? Maybe Jan, if your reflection on that.
Well, answering your last question, but also emphasizing on what Richard was saying, I stressed at the very beginning, but I would like to reiterate, the same day the Commission came out with its proposal for a regulation on due diligence, the Commission came out also, but it was extremely silent, or in a very low mood. There was a guidance that was published, made by the Commission together with the International Trade Center, and it's guidance on designing effective and inclusive accompanying support to due diligence legislation. A very long, but most important, with almost 50 doers, actors in the field of sustainable supply chain, they were able to cluster very well the different roles. There's a shared responsibility, that is what we are talking about. It's not all on the head of only one key player, the miners, but to have this distribution of responsibility, they have been identifying very practically what are the practical actions for each of the key players. Is it government, companies, the role of industry, sectors, coalitions, or multi-stakeholder initiatives, the role of suppliers, of producers, workers and their representatives, but also of civil society and the investors. So it's an amazing bouquet, if I can say so, of actions that needs to be undertaken by all the actors. Otherwise, this top-down on a regulation falling on the head of only one player, yeah, the impact of that is not going to work. It's not going to bring any impact on the livelihoods of the people we are concerned about. So that is one element. On the due diligence regulation proposal, one more remark. Well, two remarks. One, there are many companies that will wait until the very end to take on board this regulation. They will not use it as an enabler to accelerate and to meet their own goals and sustainability strategy and targets. They will wait. They will ask to one of the big five to help, have then a clean sheet, and it all ends in the hands of legal affairs. And I can tell you, Richard, we will be very far away, even further away from the purpose. So how to really avoid this situation? Even more with the complex situation of having this due diligence law that you need to take and to address in a horizontal, multi-department approach in companies, with what will come out on forced labor, the other regulation, the CSRD on transparency, and their standards, or even the European taxonomy. So that is one risk. If companies are too late, it ends up with just more audits and more paper, admin paper. Nobody is served. Nobody is served. That's one comment. The second comment of the due diligence proposal from the Commission, it includes an Article 14 that nobody reads, by the way. I read the reports of all the NGOs that are working on this due diligence regulation, and their report is looking article after article, any kind of comments where the proposal could be improved according to them. Not a single comment on Article 14, and Article 14 is the only article that is mentioning the need for accompanying measures. But it's almost an empty box. They say, member states shall set up and operate individually or jointly dedicated websites, platforms, or portals. Okay. European Commission may complement some member state supports. Okay, I know the principles of subsidiarity, but we are not evolving in a time where you can expect these major players just may complement. Member states may financially support SMEs. I can continue, it's very short, but I will not do, we have no time. But I encourage you maybe to have a look at this Article 14 and see where we might still, because there is still a negotiation going on, where we might still build the case for having a much more robust Article 14 that is dedicated to accompanying measures.
Thank you, Jan, and obviously those specific measures, I just want to reflect on the the framework of this meeting here as well. Obviously, we have in this project developed those roadmaps, and that's fantastic. But the next, even more important step with any action plan or roadmap is to act on it. And I think quite fittingly, obviously, the Commission is labeling their next big thing the Raw Materials Act. So I think they realize that action is needed. But Cecilia, I want to also give you the opportunity. Richard disagreed with you there on one point, and also maybe to reflect on what Jan just mentioned.
Yeah, sure. So I agree. So with what Richard said, I agree, the responsibility, again, it's not just on the mining companies, right? It's on the wider value chain, it's on each actor, it's on the refining companies, it's on the battery manufacturers, it's really all along, it's a value chain effort. And that's why, as TNE, we really support the work that co-legislators have done on the battery regulation, for example. So the EU battery regulation is the first example of a law proposal that looks at a product in its life cycle, and it goes and tackles those implementation issues that Jan also mentioned, right? So the battery regulation sets clear due diligence rules that economic operators should respect along their supply chain when introducing a product on the market. The product in this case is batteries, of course, for electric vehicles, for industrial use, and hopefully also portable batteries, so the ones in our phones and laptops. Why is it key? Well, because the economic operator could be the battery company, the car company, to really do that effort of due diligence all along the supply chain, bringing together all the different examples. Jan mentioned the Drive Sustainability Initiative earlier, for instance. I do think that the automotive sector can learn from other sectors, of course, the jewelry sector, the electronic sector, but is doing a really good job and has accelerated efforts in these past years around, around incentivizing sustainability. One key example is that some car makers have bumped up mining companies to tier 1 status. So mining companies, traditionally tier 4, tier 5 suppliers of automotive companies, they have been bumped up to a tier 1 status. It means greater relationship, a better relationship, greater scrutiny, of course, but here we're going for the long-term goal, right? It's not the short-term objectives. And then with regards to what Jan said on the these different legislative proposals of the EU, of course, they need to all come together. The finance sector has a huge role to play in this, and we cannot ignore the role that it should play. And yes, part of it is paperwork, and it's the big fours, big fives, whatever, and it's the auditing and all that. But we should know where the money goes, and we should favor projects that actually invest in better sustainability. So that's another aspect of the Critical Raw Materials Act. The EU wants to finance projects, that's great. But let's finance projects that actually respect certain conditions, that help build a strategic value chain in Europe. And if some of the investments are with partners abroad, again, conditionality is key. We want basically resilient supply chains, but also responsible supply chains.
Yeah, absolutely, Cecilia. Yeah, I can just fully agree on what you said there. That I mean, it's always one of the key points, right? Investment and collaboration, setting it up, but then to actually translate that into a meaningful activity that really creates this impact. That's something that Europe, I can say, and the Commission is certainly trying through actions like this resourcing project here. But there's also room for improvement, I believe. And I would pass it on to Ashlyn before a last round of reflections. And with that last round of reflections, I really, again, want to bring it into the geopolitical situation. So do you see Europe positioned well? All these aspects, very detailed and sometimes technical aspects that we discussed now, but I want to bring it up to more of a bird's eye view now towards the end. Usually we go the other way around. We're doing it back to front, but sometimes it's good to approach things differently. So Ashlyn, maybe a few last reflections before we go into that last round with a more geopolitical view again.
Absolutely. So I think just a few observations from the last discussion. So I think it's a really good point, I think, Jan, that you made around the pace of adoption of regulation, because I think if, as much as there may be issues with forced legislation through the EU, what that does is that sets a framework, which is really important. I think there's certainly a need for further guidance when it comes to the types of legislation that gets set around due diligence, because ultimately what happens is companies like ourselves will invariably engage externally and with very high-powered consultants to help figure out what that means. And I think we miss a trick through that. I think we also get fairly inundated with a series of different providers that come to us with ready-made solutions. And I think being able to distill what do we actually need versus what's being positioned becomes really challenging, which increases the cost of compliance both for us, and we can absorb some of it, but critically for suppliers that need to work in that space. I do think, with that said, if it's left for too long for industry to make a call, invariably you'll get two camps. One is a camp where you have folks that will self-regulate and actually try to get ahead of the curve, and you will get the ones that will wait till the absolute end. And the risk you have is industry as a whole not being able to collaborate more effectively or get the benefit of scale, which then makes it really difficult when you try to apply common lens of due diligence, because what you invariably get done is a lot of duplication of effort, which defeats the point. So I think those were really good points, and really enjoyed listening to that discussion. I think just the one point I want to leave, just given, again, the perspective that we bring, is I'm a big fan of due diligence, because it helps my agenda in the organization, and it helps us push for certain things, right? But with that said, there's a very real risk, and I've seen this in multiple industries, where as a consequence of suppliers not being able to meet due diligence requirements, they get excluded from opportunities. And that goes to the point that we were trying to make around how do you drive inclusive growth, which tries to drive community value and community wealth as a consequence of the work. We have to acknowledge that a lot of our suppliers work in nuanced environments. So Jan, you spoke about some of the work in the, Richard, you spoke about some of the work in the DRC and the challenges that some of the producers face. We need to bear in mind that we often find suppliers that work in very nuanced political landscapes where you don't often have good regulation, and often to get things done requires flexibility, for lack of a better word. I think there's a sophistication element as well by the nature of geopolitics and the way certain businesses may have had exposure to formalized business training, etc., which makes it difficult for them to adopt some of the practices. I think the realities on the ground as well, in terms of meeting absolute compliance, the risk of creating a super high bar without an in-between space where you allow for remediation and engagement with suppliers to understand what their plans are of risk resolution. I think it's very easy to make a decision, say, well, that's too risky, let's move away and use another supply. And I think that, I don't think many companies have invested in creating that capacity. And I suspect that that is something which invariably creates a pool of bigger, more successful suppliers that are able to demonstrate compliance that ultimately get the benefit of opportunities that come across, to the detriment of new emerging players that we need to be more sensitive towards. So yeah, I think just in summary in mind, I think regulation, I feel it's important because it drives a level of traction. I think clarity on that regulation is super important, and the way folks look at that and the way we as companies that buy those services need to position ourselves to the market in terms of our long-term plan, and how the plan tends to create more equity is something we're probably not great at generally from a corporate perspective. And I speak about multiple industries, not necessarily my company in that, but I do think it requires a very different narrative where you look at what are the rights of people that are impacted by decisions that you make in supply chain? How does that translate into potential abuses of fundamental human rights? How can that be transformed into a discussion on livelihoods improvement by looking at where one plays and taking a view, sometimes an extraordinary view beyond just that industry, but allied industries, which can actually stimulate and diversify where small suppliers could work.
Thanks, Ashlyn. And then maybe one last round of comments, as I said, maybe from more of a bird's eye perspective, and maybe also I kind of get the feeling that all these aspects we touched on, they're there irrespective of the geopolitical situation in a way. So we obviously are seeing these added pressures. But from the discussion, I feel, and you can comment on that now in the last round of comments here and reflections, that doesn't necessarily change, our compass. That doesn't change the direction. That doesn't change the underlying issues that we're seeing and that we need to address meaningfully. But yeah, if I'm completely wrong here, please, I want to hear your point of view. And let's start with Cecilia. We do the opening round again. Cecilia, please.
Yes, thanks, Patrick. Again, I'll repeat what I said earlier. We do, and what was said by other panelists as well. The way forward is definitely a collaborative approach. So I'll take that from Jan. Thank you. It's a collaborative approach between industry, between civil society, but also workers, policymakers, and so on. We do think that the mining industry should be regulated, and as Ashlyn said, due diligence can be an effective tool. We do believe that car companies, so if we think, they do have the power to help drive this change by, collaboratively working with their suppliers. We do believe in IRMA, the Initiative for Responsible Mining Assurance, as an effective tool to get there because of the way it's been designed. It's a multi-stakeholder organization. NGOs have veto rights. Audits are public and transparent. And yeah, as I said at the beginning in the opening remarks, the European Green Deal is going to require a lot of raw materials as we shift away from fossil fuels. So take from what Richard said about also, demand reduction, not making, those bigger cars, looking at other ways of getting these raw materials, whether it is from urban mining or from tailings, from mine waste, or it is from black mass, so waste from batteries manufacturing. So we need to be creative, and Europe needs to set goals, for example, as to how much of the critical raw material demands come from secondary streams. So really reducing primary demand. And then finally, the importance of local communities. I don't think we've spoken enough about it today. It's a huge challenge. But it's also an opportunity, right? So how do we ensure that communities are engaged before, during, and after process of mining projects? Before, it means free, prior, and informed consent. During, it means engaging them in social and environmental due diligence, because often local communities are the first ones that can flag issues. And after, it means what do we do with these sites, right, afterwards, especially if they're open pit or, around biodiversity, around, restoring the site. Can the local community also have a voice in what happens after we've mined everything we had to?
Thank you, Cecilia. Yeah, and I know we actually do have some excellent examples, positive examples as well, and maybe that's another thing that also needs to happen, that bad news are obviously always spread more easily sometimes than the good news. But Jan, over to you, and then we go to Ashlyn and Richard closing off.
Yeah, one point I take back home, not that it is new to us, but it is something that is easily you lose easily sight from what Richard was flagging at the end. Any meeting should start with what is the purpose. And thank you for that, because you can really get lost into the bush with all the very interesting aspects that we have been discussing, but I think purpose is really important. And I think over the last couple of years, we might have lost sight of purpose, and it's only market-driven, as you explained. Now, one point I wanted to just touch on, listening to Ashlyn, it's about these camps. Today, through the studies that we have done with Moody's, analyzing thousands of companies on their ESG performance and gaps, we see that almost in every industry sector, the gap between champions and, if I'm polite, I would say followers. If I'm not polite, I would say laggards. The gap is very, very big already today. And that is why we try at CSA Europe to really encourage business leaders, CEOs, CFOs to spend maybe less time in Davos or in New York or in the capitals or in the COPs with all the speeches we know now almost by heart, but to spend that time into their own family, which is not maybe the most pleasant place, but it's in your industry sector and federation, and to really help them to equip themselves with the intelligence and the tools which they as an industry association or federation should provide to the hundreds, if not thousands, of their corporate members. And we also made a proposal to the Commission to invest in European/international sector alliances on due diligence. They have to continue the work that is being started in the due diligence, but they have to tailor it according to all the different realities and specificities of the value chains they are in. So that is something that I wanted to highlight. And once there will be more maturity from, let's say, a sector industry on due diligence, we will be able to start finally a cross-sector collaboration. Is it at local level or at more global level? But we know that we need more than only a sector approach. So that's very important. But at the end, if we really want to reach impact, the cross-sectoral collaboration is as vital as the other one. And I will stop here. Sorry, it was already too long.
No. It's we're actually, we had a bit more time at the beginning, but now we have 5 minutes left. We're doing well. We're doing exceedingly well, and it's a very good and lively discussion. So I love that. Moving on to Ashlyn. Yeah, closing remarks from you.
Great, thanks, Patrick. So look, after Cecilia and Jan highlighted those points, there's very little more that I can say because I think we're on the same page. I think for me, what's really positive is we've all acknowledged this need for interdependency around this different work. And I think that's super critical, right? So whether that's from a customer perspective or, Jan, to your point about across industries and the way we work smarter together, Cecilia, the points that you've made around supplier collaboration, I think we're moving to a space where we're a lot more acutely aware of what these things mean. And I think the challenges this poses back to us, certainly as a buying company, would be how do we simplify and clearly articulate what we expect both within our business and from our suppliers and to our customers, and try to demonstrate these pathways around why we're doing what we're doing. I think the points on purpose, it's so critical because often that can be lost if one is not very clear about where they play. But yeah, I think not much yet. I think there's certainly a role to play around advocacy, and I think we've spoken about IRMA and some of the work that they're doing. But I certainly think that both within the industries and cross-industry advocacy is super important because it also allows, and Jan, just to use your word, it also allows best practice sharing between folks that are, I'm not going to say leading, I think people that are trying and failing often, but moving forward with the laggards. And I think when we think about capacity, we need to also think about the industries that we work within and very, very disaggregated players, whether it's in mining or other sectors, and being able to get to a point where there's consensus on the things that we all need to do to be able to hold our heads up and say, well, we run ethical businesses. And I think that's where advocacy becomes super critical and something that certainly we need to put a lot more focus in more generally.
Thank you, Ashlyn. Yeah, very good. And Richard, you have the honor of the last closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you. So I want to remind maybe the audience of two things. So, and it's very, very dangerous. So right now it's a customer who makes the rules. So yeah, so we are the customers in the Western countries, and we make the rules for everyone. And so most of the time it can be a good thing because we have maybe a better overview of what's going on, but it can be dangerous, and hell is paved with good intentions. And the other problem is that we do not take responsibility of everything. And the danger is that we will exclude communities because we make rules that are not sustainable for these communities. So, for example, if we exclude the DRC, the problem is that the cobalt in the DRC is a huge part of the GDP. So it's fine to say that we don't want the cobalt from the DRC, but the local communities, the entire country depends on that. And it's the case for many countries, like Namibia or many of the Latin American countries. If we make the rules that are not acceptable for the local communities, then it is a problem. And I think we have to be very careful on that. And at the end of the day is, so we have to take responsibility of that and change the role of mining. And as I said, is that the purpose of mining should be a driver of long-term well-being and not the opposite. And if we take that in account, then we might be able to change things. But we have to take the responsibility, we as European, that it is the case.
Thank you, Risha. Actually, I don't want to even add anything to that. Fantastic closing remarks there. And I want to thank you with that, all panelists. Thank you, Cecilia. Thank you, Ashlyn. Thank you, Jan. Thank you, Risha. I thought it was a very lively and interesting discussion. We touched on many things. And let me assure you, this is only the start of this conference, and we will certainly hear much more about, for example, technical aspects, and also about how the industry can actually act on these aspects and make things happen in a meaningful way, also benefiting local communities. So all these aspects will be discussed from different angles and perspectives throughout the 3 days that we have here. So with that, thank you very much. I really enjoyed this panel discussion with you, and back over to Ursula.
Thank you so much. Everybody's clapping hands. Thank you very much, Patrick. Thank you to all the people who were in your session. Thank you for this wonderful start of the conference. And there were some remarks in the chat boxes everywhere where people said, thanks for the great discussions and the good interesting insight. So this was the first part, and giving you the opportunity to digest what you just heard. Let's have a break now. Get your coffee. But before we do that, would you give us a minute or two to fill in a little survey we have prepared, just something to give us some feedback on how you found the conference so far. It shouldn't take you more than a minute, I think, or 2 minutes. Can you see the pop-up window now? There are just a couple of quick questions, just single choice questions for you. If you could fill them in now, then we could get an immediate overview of how you could take benefit of what you just heard. So I can see people are filling in. Thank you very much. Just give us 1 more minute and then we start the break. Great, thanks. If you have to go into the break, we will come back again at 4:30 Central European Time again. I can see that some people are still filling in the surveys. Thank you so much. That we can get this back already now. And we'll see you at 4:30 with our session 2. And we will start sharp 4:30 Central European Time. Enjoy the break. Welcome back to the 2022 Resourcing Conference. We are up to start with the session 2, a new topic. We have 2.5 hours of intense inputs and discussion ahead of us. Session 2 is on a different aspect. It will look at a common agenda, at the possibility to align EU and Latin American visions for sustainable and responsible sourcing of minerals. And to do so, we again invited an expert moderator to lead through the following sessions, which is Emanuele Di Francesco. Very warm welcome to him. He's a communications expert with several years of experience in stakeholder engagement, partnerships development, and event moderation in the field of sustainability. And in his current position at Communications and Events Manager at the World Resources Forum Association, he has been involved in the topic of sustainable mineral resources through international projects and the flagship World Resources Forum conference. And he says that thanks to the resourcing project, he has been able to dive into the concept of responsible sourcing in Latin America and EU-Latin American relationships for sustainable mineral value chain. And this is what he would like to share with you now. Hello, Emanuele.
Hi, Ursula. Good afternoon and good morning to everyone, and thanks a lot for the kind introduction. And welcome to the second session of the Resourcing 2022 virtual conference. As Ursula just mentioned, we will touch upon a slightly different topic that one Patrick session just before and talked about. In this session, we are dealing with the cooperation between EU and Latin America to actually align on a vision of responsible sourcing and how this could be implemented in action. We are in an age which is not similar to the past where there was a gold rush. We are in a sort of mineral rush right now, where everybody is becoming aware of the need for mineral and metals for building the future that we want to build, the future that many countries and companies are putting down in their commitments and roadmaps. This is a future in which minerals and metals will be at the core of production and consumption systems. And there is a lot of stress, taking again the wording from the session before, about how to ensure that the supply of these mineral and metals is met so that the production plans can go accordingly, according to the plans. On the other end, the responsible sourcing of minerals and metals has to play a key role in this picture, because otherwise we run the risk of falling in a sort of paradox. If on one hand, we want to use minerals and metals to move towards a sustainable society, if these minerals and metals are not sourced sustainably, what kind of sustainability are we actually pursuing, if it is sustainability at all? Finally, in terms of providing a very short introduction about the topic of today, the frame, I think, is quite clear. In this landscape of several interests and several parties interested in securing this mineral, we have two main counterparts. On one side, mineral-rich countries, which are those countries who are producing minerals, so are sourcing, are mining minerals, and are exporting them. For these countries where Latin American countries, many Latin American countries fall in, mineral resources have a strong weight on GDP and also on plans for sustainable development. On the other end, there are countries which are, so to say, poor in mineral resources. And here we have the EU countries. And for EU countries, the main objective is to be able to secure through partnerships in trade, in investments, those minerals from partner countries. So today we will have both of these partners on the table. On one side, the EU, on the other side, Latin America. And we will try to discuss both about visions of responsible sourcing, but also concrete actions for enabling these visions. Finally, this session is a sort of follow-up from the Global Advocacy Forum, which is an initiative of the Resourcing Project, where we are traveling around the world, specifically in 3 regions, Latin America, Africa, and Southeast Asia, to listen to local stakeholders, to hear from them what is their conception of responsible sourcing. We have this word a lot in our mouth in the consortium, But it's sometimes maybe neglected the fact that responsible sourcing might mean very different things to different people depending on the context in which they are. For today's session, we will keep you company for 1 hour and a half. I will have on my side 4 expert speakers, both from the European Union and Latin America. Let me quickly introduce all of them before starting with the actual session. We have Daniel Kramer. Daniel Kramer is a lawyer and economist by formation. He joined the European Court of Justice in 2004. Then he moved to the European Commission, where he worked in different areas such as taxation, climate change, international markets in services, trade and sustainable development, before spending 4 years in the EU delegation in Kiev, Ukraine, dealing with trade relations. He now got back to Brussels in September in the European Commission, DigiTrade, dealing with raw materials and being responsible for Latin America. So clearly, Daniel will provide us with a perspective of European trade towards and with Latin American countries. Very much welcome to Daniel. Then we have Claudia Peña from Chile, who is the Director of Sustainability at Dairy Research and Technology, and she's member of the Technical Committee of the International EPD System, where she's also co-director of the Hub EPD Latin America. Claudia is also a member of the Steering Committee of the Life Cycle Initiative, which is hosted by UNEP, and she's worked on the development on SDG indicators for the Chilean Ministry of the Environment and for the Ministry of Culture and Arts. Claudia, very warm welcome to you as well. Then we have Rafael Benke, who is the CEO and founder of Proactiva Results, a South American consultancy specialized in risk management and performance in ESG, business rights and human rights. Of course, always in the overall area of sustainability, where he has been advising several large international corporations. He's a recognized leader in sustainable development, international investments, and natural resources. He has been a protagonist in world-known cases related to human rights, such as with the Aboriginals in New Caledonia, or also with land use rights in Canada, Amazon, Guinea, Conakry, and Mozambique. Rafael is an executive with more than 2 decades of international experience, having held high-level positions, amongst others, at Vale and at the Brazil's Ministry of Development. And finally, we have Dr. Ana Bastida, Ana Elizabeth Bastida, who is an internationally recognized expert on the law, policy, governance, and international cooperation concerning mining and minerals. Her focusing on the intersection of resources law with the global economy, investment, environmental, and human rights law. Amongst others, she is the author of The Law and Governance of Mining and Minerals, A Global Perspective, which was published in 2020. Which aims at mapping the sources and developing a framework for the understanding of this field of study and practice. She is currently a senior lecturer at the University of Dundee and acts as an expert advisor to various governments and organizations. Very welcome, warm welcome to Rafael and Elizabeth as well. The session today for the next 1.5 hours will be divided in 2 main parts. In the first part, we will have 2 expert presentations, 2 sort of input presentations from Claudia and Daniel, which will provide us a perspective from Latin America and a perspective from Europe, which will be followed by a panel debate with all the 4 speakers. Before giving the floor to Claudia first and Daniel immediately after, I would like just to remind everyone that your questions are most welcome. We will definitely take them up during the panel debate and actually answer them live. It will help me in my job as moderator, also in making it a little bit easy in case I run out of questions. So please feel free to shoot your questions in the chat. We, of course, particularly like critical, engaging questions, and then I will be happy to direct them to the speakers. In case you have one specific speaker in mind for your questions, for instance, related to one of the presentations, please indicate that as well in the Q&A function. That's all for a start. We will go through several topics after, but for now, I think let's dive into the topic immediately, and I would like to invite Claudia to join me and go on with her presentation. Claudia, please, the floor, or to better say, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Manuel. Thank you very much for the invitation. I will try to run with my presentation because it's a bit long. So my focus will be the critical raw materials.
Excuse me, Claudia, sorry for interrupting. We cannot really hear you very loud right now. could you maybe get closer to the microphone or try?
I would change my.
Oh, that would be great. That would make it easier for everyone.
Be better?
That's much better. Yeah, that's perfect.
All right. So the
Thank
next
you.
one. Well, Emmanuel already presented me. I just want to highlight that I also worked in the Chilean Research Center for Mining and Metallurgy for about 25 years. So it's the subject focus now, which I really understand. I want to answer this two kind of question. What is responsible source for a country like Chile, which is producer country and producing mining country, and also emerging country, and what we will expect from purchasing parts such as European Union? Please, the next one. First, I want also to talk about the concept of criticality, which appeared some years ago when it's obvious that supply and demand has some imbalance worldwide related to metals and metalloids, which are critical for modern society. There are sporadic shortages due that there is a problem of geopolitical distribution worldwide. Primary resource that in some countries, for instance, in China, are rare earth materials. Tom Gradle, I want to quote him as he also worked for the International Resource Panel, 2008, more or less. And he developed this nice 3D equation, this index, which of course includes these geopolitical elements such as risk, supply risk and vulnerability of supply restrictions, but also environmental implication. This paper was published in 2015, and I will highlight how this concept evolved a little bit also in time. Please, next one, please. The criticality from there start to appear other papers, 2019, 2020. We also, for us, was a very important issue when the European Union published this very important memo in 2011 with the 14 raw materials highlighting the problem of the country like us are rising environmental barrier to produce. So we start to thinking about what is criticality for us. So critical raw materials, I think, are some issues that already were there related to criticality. That is, these metals and metalloids are used in little amount, but also has problem with viable substitutes, and have some significant in the economic strategy for countries or for regions. And other things start to appear, like health and steel, that expand this view of critical materials. In fact, countries such as Canada include in this list of their critical materials also copper, zinc, and nickel, of course, lithium. Lithium is common for all, that are not in scarce quantity and are producing country. Please, the next one. So what means criticality for us? We have these special materials, mostly related, in case of Chile, to copper production. We have molybdenum, important amount of quantity, also germanium, gallium, antimonium, the platinum metal group, lithium and cobalt. But having them, that doesn't mean that we will have a high technology. So what we have to do with this reserve? What means, of course, we can commercialize them, we know. But is necessary to do it right now? What else we can do? So what is criticality for us? What this means? Please, the next one. The problem for emerging countries, producing countries, is that we are very focused on daily problems nowadays. Just what happened now, what are our problems? We are full of problems. So we see in news, in daily news, things like this, that this person from mining say, we are not taking advantage of the high price of lithium now. But for instance, we've seen in the White House in February this year, they expect that the lithium price could rise up to 4,000%, the present price. So I think that the price cannot be the problem, the only thing we can analyze here. So criticality for us is, well, we have these nice resources, mostly related to copper, but we have also a huge amount of lithium, cobalt, and we need to include in the equations negotiation, probably things like offsetting programs, developing with a partner who will purchase our resources. We have to develop a nice program for a better world, and including in the equation those social, environmental, and economic implications. The equation, we are still in a very heavy and strong discussion inside the country. So we have in this dichotomy, selling critical raw material or preserve them for the future and see what happened. Please, the next one. Wow, something happened here. We start to see there's a lot of initiative worldwide, especially related to circular economy, that thinking in urban mining. But what happened with dissipation of this material in the technosphere? We know that probably we will need always some primary fresh material to enter also the technostructure. And so this is an opportunity for us, but we have to think also how we have to manage this global thing in terms of circularity as well. Please, next one. And circularity is part of our internal discussion, but also part of the global discussion. And this ISO TC323, which is developing the guidelines for circularity, have two very important things that they highlighted, that SDG and life cycle thinkings are considered overarching principle for measuring and assessing circularity. And this is a very good news for us. Please, next one. Because from the framework for assessing and measuring circularity, we need complementary methods. Because circularity is so focused on economic things. So resource depletion, what is important for economy, but what happened with the rest of impact category that can be important for specific material products and also social things. So we need complementary method to really assess potential circularity solutions or strategies. Next one, please. And because we are talking about SDG and life cycle thinking, we have a common point with circularity, which is the responsible consumption and production. And it was highlighted also by the Life Cycle Initiative in this nice paper, position paper in 2021. Please, the next one. So we have this global thing. We have resources. We know we have to be careful and initiatives such as circular economy, and what will happen with the supply chain, and what will happen with our selling strategies. We have to have the whole picture in our mind. So we need tools, practical tools, and one of the tools is life cycle assessment, which is ISO. It's an ISO standard. And we have also social life cycle assessment, which is also an ISO standard, which is in progress now. So life cycle assessment, sustainability assessment will be a very good complementary methodology for circular economy strategies. And the way to communicate the results of a life cycle assessment is environmental product declaration, which is also an ISO 14025. Which now is extended also, is in the process to have also an EPD, an environmental product declaration for social impacts of the life cycle. Please, next one. And nice articles such as these from the Cement and Concrete Association start to appear, which really tools like LCA and EPD are very practical because allow to take the best decisions in terms of environmental impacts and also in terms of sustainability. And we can really make a difference in how to purchase material and how to present them to the global trading networks and supply chains. So we can really make a difference with this kind of tool and really understand we are compliant with approved global standards, please. The next one. And other companies such as Enel or this electricity producing company in the north part of Chile are using also LCA and EPD as part of the circular economy programs to ensure that the suppliers and are involved in this circular economy program, and also the material and products we buy are also the best choice in terms of sustainability. The other one, please. We have a specific impact category dependent of the material of products. And this is a nice thing that EPD, the ISO 14025 do, because we can relate it very well with this structure for the glossary for products of the United Nations, the Central Product Classification. The next one, please. So we can really see what are the range of impact category important for this category and present them, communicate in a certified way so you can make the best decision. Please, the next one. What is the attribute of Chile or another mining country? We have a lot of attributes as a mining country with a long tradition. And one of them, we know very well the market. We have a lot of human resources. We have research. We know very well the technology and how to trade, etc. But we have no experience at all in market of the scarce materials such as gallium and germanium. So this is something that we can learn from other countries as well. Please, the next one. So the point is what we can do. We have a lot of research. We can develop, use them to negotiate and develop high technology. We just can sell them, but sell in sustainability well, in line with the global standards and trends in sustainability for a better world. Please, the other one. And we have, I will not deepen this list, but just to mention that this first list under discussion now, consider copper. We are the first copper reserve, and many of the metals that are also part of other list of critical materials, but also start to see things that normally are considered here as impurity of copper, such as antimony. Now we are reevaluated our tailings and so on. And for just one mining, we see we have 1.7 tons per year. But what happened also, we have to see that the way we are producing primary metals is the wrong way if we are thinking to recover this metal, because also these are dissipated through the process, because we are producing with a very old way of thinking. We need to rethink primary production as well. The next one. And I'm just coming to the end. So responsible sourcing is taking life cycle sustainability, life cycle thinking, sorry for the mistake there, and a sustainable development goal as overarching principle as well. We need to apply the world standards of ISO, such as life cycle assessment, such as the TC3C23, the of circular economy, and also the EPD for communicate and avoid greenwashing. And this is something important for suppliers, as well as the part that is purchasing this valuable resource. We also have to include those sustainable finance indicators in our global perspective of how it will be reasonable to prospect as plans, our projects and designs, so on, to have the involvement of the necessary resources in our funds and planning and so on. Also, we need to include in the critical assessment, geopolitical analysis, commercial aspects, but also all probabilities of the commercialization with programs of green technology, offsetting, consider global trends in sustainability, and work for a better world, because we are a globalized world now. So our decision here will affect you and will affect other emerging countries as well. And I think this is all. The next one. Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Claudia, for this very interesting presentation, which I think provides already some key elements for the debate later on. And especially, we always used, of course, to talk about the infamous European Critical Raw Materials List, and also the Critical Raw Materials Act, which is being developed now, but for once is quite mindset changing to see how criticality as a concept might be applied in a different context, as in the case of Chile. So thank you very much for that, and we will come back to the details and some of the insights you provided later on. For now, I would like to go back to Europe from Latin America, and more precisely to Daniel for his presentation. So please, Daniel, the stage, or again, the screen is all yours.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay. So hello, everybody. I was introduced, so I will not. I will go straight into the presentation. Next slide, please. First, I would like to very shortly mention the context, then go to talk about the EU's trade policy in general, and then dive deeper into the details of our free trade agreements, and with focus on sustainability and raw materials. Then see what partnerships we are building. These are based on legally non-binding MOUs, Memorandum of Understandings. Then I will talk about a little bit about our autonomous trade measures. And finally, I have a slide on the Critical Raw Materials Act that we are preparing. So the presentation will go from more general to more detailed, and maybe the hardcore part comes at the end. So I will go a bit quicker at the beginning. But let me just first, before starting in earnest, highlight that I am from DG Trade. So I look at the whole this whole topic from a trade angle. I have a lot of colleagues in the EU institutions dealing with raw materials. First, I should mention DG GROW. They look at the internal market aspects, and right now the big question is how to use more the resources within the EU. Then I have colleagues in INTPA who are dealing with this issue from an international support perspective. So they are dealing with international projects. And then we have AIS, which is looking at it from a geopolitical perspective. So my focus will be more from a trade perspective. So the context we have seen already in the previous presentation that the focus on criticality and critical raw materials has started long ago in 2011. Then came the pandemic, which exposed the supply chain problems, and then came the war, more precisely the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And in the background of all this, you have the geopolitical tensions between US and China. So the conclusion is quite clear. We have to strengthen our relationships with the neighborhood and with areas like Africa, Latin America, and Asia. We, meaning the EU, and build, make sure that our sources are diversified. So that's a bit the context. Next slide, please. I will go quickly with the description of the EU trade policy, but you'll see that it matters because it is the contradiction or the several objectives at once that are basically the leitmotif of this whole event. It's how to secure the green and digital transition, and at the same time ensure our interests, the interests of the EU industry, and do all that while being sustainable and fair. Next slide, please. We have our mantra nowadays is open strategic autonomy. It's both a model and a mindset. It's can be defined as maximizing the EU's ability to make its own choices and shape the world around it through leadership and engagement, reflecting its strategic interests and values. It's showing strength through openness. It builds on multilateralism, but if we must, we have to act autonomously. So cooperate, be multilateral. The EU wants to remain multilateral, wants to cooperate, but when we must, we are ready to act autonomously. Next slide, please. These are the 6 critical areas identified for the medium term in the EU's general trade policy. You have the multilateral part, which is about the reform of the WTO. You have support the green transition and promote responsible and sustainable value chains, support the digital transition and trade in services, strengthen the EU's regulatory impact, and strengthen the EU's partnerships with neighboring enlargement countries and Africa. This is what I will develop in more details, the partnerships, because that's where the free trade agreements and partnerships come in. And finally, strengthen the EU's focus on the implementation of and enforcement of trade agreements. Next slide, please. So this is developing a bit the intention to be to have a much greener, basically the greenest EU trade policy ever. And here we have the same approaches. So you have the multilateral, the bilateral, and the autonomous. In multilaterally, we are advocating for climate and sustainable WTO initiatives. Bilaterally, we are seeking a commitment on climate neutrality from our main partners, from G20 members. In our free trade agreements, we expect the inclusion of trade and sustainable development chapters and platforms for cooperation on climate, biodiversity, circular economy, etc. One very important element is the Paris Agreement, without which we are not ready to sign any more FTAs, free trade agreements. And then you have the autonomous tools, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, CBAM, which is, I think, quite famous or infamous by now, and the mandatory due diligence, forced labor and deforestation legislation. Due diligence was mentioned several times already during this conference or event. Next slide, please. And now I'm getting at the heart of my to the heart of my presentation. So we have quite a EU is a trading superpower that has a big system of agreements, trade agreements. It's the world's biggest network of trade agreements, 46 agreements with 78 countries. And you can see that Latin America is quite well covered. You have ongoing ratification with Mercosur, with Chile, and with Mexico. And you have, but we also have a few EBA or GSP, Generalized System of Preferences countries in the region. Next slide, please. So, what has changed in our approach to free trade agreements? On the one hand, we have, so this is the EU industry interest. It's we pay more attention to energy and raw materials, and in our most recent agreements, we there is a new chapter called Energy and Raw Materials. So in the UK, Chile, Mexico, and New Zealand agreements, which goes beyond the standard obligations in the trades and goods chapters. If you want, during the discussion, I can go more into the details. I don't think, so I will not do that now. Because it's quite technical, but as you can see, sustainability is there. For instance, the obligation to have environmental impact assessment for projects in the energy and raw materials field. And also there is a cooperation on value chains or responsible mining practices. Next slide, please. And I have, there is the by now traditional trade and sustainable development chapter, which I guess a lot of you are familiar with. Here I reproduced the main elements of the trade and sustainable development chapter in the Mercosur agreement. This is an agreement in principle announced on, this is based on the agreement in principle announced on the 28th of June 2019. I used to deal with trade and sustainable development in the past before going to the delegation in Ukraine. So I know quite a bit the details. Maybe I will not, I can also go back to the details later on if needed. Just very quickly, so you have, it's all about making sure that trade does not come at the expense of environment and labor conditions. The most important provision of all these chapters is the one that says that parties should not lower labor and environmental standards in order to attract trade and investment. And that applies 100% to mining and raw materials as well. Even if there is a separate chapter on energy and raw materials, the trade and sustainable development chapter, and that particular provision, which is the toughest one in the chapter, applies to raw materials. Next slide, please. So you have references to climate change conventions, environmental, multilateral environmental agreements, and ILO, International Labour Organization conventions. What should I highlight here is that climate change is very important, but also deforestation, sustainable agriculture, and corporate social responsibility or responsible business conduct. The parties also commit to promote these in line with the international guidance, such as that of the OECD or the UN. As far as I know, the next there will be a discussion about that in the panel. Next slide, please. So this goes on. What is quite important to note is that there is a specific dispute settlement for trade and sustainable development, which does not lead to trade sanctions. So you can say that in that sense, this chapter is weaker than the rest of the free trade agreements, and there was a lot of debate about that, whether this is a good thing or not. But what we have is a dedicated civil society consultation mechanism dedicated to that chapter, to the trade and sustainable development chapter, which is supposed to put pressure on the parties to really take it seriously. Next slide, please. So that was the free trade agreements, which are legally binding. When we are also building partnerships that are legally non-binding based on memorandum of understandings, MOUs. We have 2 concluded with Canada and Ukraine, and more are in the pipeline in the next month. I'm not supposed to reveal any details, but there is a high chance that some Latin American countries will be among the new candidates for these non-binding partnerships. And we have multi-party initiatives like the Mineral Security Partnership, MSP, led by the US, and there is the EU-US Trade and Technology Council, TTC. So these partnerships are about channeling cooperation funds in infrastructure to support economic development, matchmaking activities, promotion of research and development projects, but also promotion of environmental, social, and governance criteria and standards. Next slide, please. We have a new autonomous trade measures, and some are related to economic, the relationship between economy and politics, but some are really about sustainability, concerning deforestation, corporate sustainability, due diligence, the CBAM that I already mentioned, and forced labor. Next slide, please. And finally, here maybe I will spend a bit more time. We have the internal EU action on critical raw materials. There is a package that we are preparing, intended for adoption in the first quarter of 2023. So it will consist of a Critical Raw Materials Act, which will cover, which will be about the EU, but also there will be communication which will cover the international dimension. It would include providing a shared, so the Critical Raw Materials Act will include providing a shared understanding of which critical raw materials can be considered as particularly strategic. They will improve the EU's monitoring capacity and strengthen Europe's raw materials value chain for mining, refining, processing, and recycling capacities. We aim to identify mineral resources and critical raw materials projects in the EU strategic interest while ensure a high level of environmental protection. And one of the objectives is to strengthen circularity and support research and innovation. And this will be complemented, as I said, by a communication which will also cover the international dimension. And what is the most important for you is that there is already a call for evidence published, and it's still open. So you can all have your views heard until the 25th November on this package. I put the link there. So there is a call for evidence published on this new initiative where you can share your views. Next slide, please. Yeah, I think that was it. So thank you for listening, and I'm ready for discussion or questions.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks a lot, Daniel, for the very detailed presentation on what's happening at the trade level in the European Union when it comes to raw materials and mineral resources. Now, we are a bit over time with the presentations, but no problem. Let's make this panel debate quite sharp. So I'm looking forward to seeing all of the speakers on the screen. And we can start with the panel discussion, especially Rafael and Anna. We didn't see you yet, so nice to see you with us right now. Of course, from people listening in, if you have any questions related to the presentations of Claudia and Daniel, please put them in the Q&A and we will go back to them later on. For now, Anna, I would like to start from you, going a little bit into the realm of visions for mining in Latin America. You have been exploring several of them in some of your previous works, making a jump back, 1980s, 1990s, Chile, Brazil, Mexico, Argentina, huge wave of liberalization, right? So the main goal was to attract foreign direct investments and to protect them. So there was huge access to licensing, to resources, and basically a market liberalization. Now, with the time going on, there were more and more clear some of the pitfalls of this approach in terms of environmental and social responsibility, for instance, and consequences, not only for local communities, but also for the way in which these mechanisms were then being translated into an economic paradigm. Right now, of course, there are still, Claudia brought in the vision from Chile. Of course, there are lots of differences among Latin American countries as well as similarities. Could you provide us a little bit with a context of what is or what are the prevailing visions at this point in time for mining, whether maybe we are able to come up with a sort of umbrella under which mining is entering the discussion? And what do you see these prevailing visions leading to in the field of responsible sourcing?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the for the invitation. And well, I had really enjoyed the presentations before that had preceded the discussion. So yes, we can see a change. So we have, if we look at what has happened, the trends in mining policy in Latin America over in historical terms, there have been cycles. But we can see also a change of approach, general change of approach, and the role of mining in the economies. So yeah, definitely, as you said, that role of mining as a source of source of income, of exports, that export role has changed over time, and it is more widely understood that it needs to have a role in industries as a platform for other industries, as a catalyst of industrialization of industries, of productive capacities. So with more links into research, science, and innovation system. So we can also see across the region the uptake, of course, through constitutional reforms and legislation and development of legislation of environmental rights, human rights, and a general that has happened. It's a trend that started in the 90s, of course, the ratification of international instruments that also weave relationships with the world. But over time, it is becoming clearer that all these issues interconnect. And I think at the presentation by Daniel on how trade agreements that were completely disconnected from the ratified international environmental, human rights treaties and instruments. So how we are getting into another phase. One, mining having a role as a catalyst to other industries and a role in science, research, and innovation that needs to be integrated. There is a need to generate knowledge for better operations. And on the other hand, the interconnection of the economic instruments, investment, trade, with environmental human rights instruments. So I think that is, so I would say that is definitely a change in the overall governance of the sector in the region. Of course, trends always happen in different ways that are, so but there are certain aspects that can be more focused, or some countries can focus on certain aspects, but than others. Trends can be clearer than in some places on some aspects. But I would say that are definitely overall trends on that regard in terms of overall changes. So that's why I have suggested that. Well, that is, I go to my book, that I have suggested that we need to understand so these aspects of the governance that were, until not too long ago, they were fragmented and disconnected. On one hand, national legislation, and actually mining has usually been seen as a matter of domestic law, as an industry subject to domestic legislation, and that is a fact. But actually, we can see better the interconnections with other frameworks and with other actors. So that is why thinking of governance, of an overarching governance frameworks that aim at certain goals as SDGs, or certain agreed common goals, but there are blocks in that architecture that is national legislation, international law, policy, and cooperation, and regional frameworks, and transnational standards and transnational legislation. I would say that responsible sourcing, it is there. So it is in transnational legislation. So the question is how we connect, so how we work further at this, with how we get into the phase of connecting this further, but understanding the complexity of the overall framework. And as Claudia was saying, so how we interact with a challenge of responsible sourcing, but with an excellent understanding of the challenges and the needs in context. So sometimes that would be, I would stop here, but sometimes the debates on responsible sourcing so focus on market needs, or market demands. And sometimes there is so that aspect of what happens nationally with the national frameworks, what are the constitutional provisions, what are resources in these countries, and what are the resources for the sites, for people, so the sites of extraction. Sometimes that aspect is lost. So that's why always getting back, I think it is helpful to get back to the understanding that all these aspects are interconnected, and that the region is also has also worked over time on frameworks that are more interconnected. Probably we need, of course, we're in the phase of understanding these interconnections further.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks, Rodana. And actually, we're going to go back later on some of these aspects related to the interface between markets and institutions, which you mentioned just now. But you also acted as a very good bridge between what Daniel was saying before and what I want to involve Rafael now. With Rafael, you have had decades of experience as an executive at very high level with Vale, and also now at Proactiva Results, you're working, consulting international organizations, working in the sector on topics related to the responsible sourcing. We heard just from Daniel, also quickly, how many requirements, how many different policies and related to due diligence, to environment, to social conditions are being embedded in European policies. Now, looking from a market perspective, from an industry perspective, also looking at your own experience in the past, what is the effect that these regulations, these type of agreements have on companies in Latin America? That's one question. Maybe to spice it up a little bit, do you think that all these regulations and requirements are actually conducive towards better business for these companies in terms of, simply speaking now, in terms of money, business generation, right? I don't want to go into the most important topic of environmental and social outcomes, which of course is the goal of this type of requirements. But just looking at a business environment perspective, are these requirements facilitating trade between Europe and Latin America, or actually hindering that because it's a weight, it's a burden for companies?
That's a good point, Manuel. I think first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm pleased to be with these bright colleagues on this panel, and congratulations for the overall initiative that resourcing is taking this week with all these panels and events. So I think the answer to your question is yes, it is conducive to better performance. The question is to what extent and how deep, is it sufficient or not? So I think if we take the late 2000s, when we started with the discussions about critical raw materials and where we are at now, I think we saw a huge development in terms of the level of maturity of all stakeholders around what better performance in social environmental aspects means, right? So if we take late 2000s, that was pre-EU Green Deal. It was also not as clear as it is today what was needed. Today, we are in an era where ESG is present. This is post-developments of PRI, of UNEP-FI, of UN Guiding Principles of Business and Human Rights. We are in a completely different framework of guidance and references with several other ESG frameworks explaining what is criticality, what is materiality, double materiality, triple materiality in this analysis. So we are in a different world now. right? But I think front and center, going back to what Claudia was saying, is what are we talking about here? And are these instruments and the way we are using them, listening to Daniel and the various approaches and tools that we have internationally, the same highlights that Anna brought, and then the specificities of tools that Claudia brought, are these at the right level, right? And when I look at the scope of our panel here, in search of a common agenda, aligning EU and Latin America visions for sustainability and responsible sourcing of minerals, what common agenda? What common agenda are we talking about? Do I have my set of tools and sometimes I use these tools to poke your eyes? Or are we really talking about strategic levers, strategic leverage of what we need to face what we have ahead of us? So we are talking about critical materials now with a level of clarity around energy transition, around going towards the new economy, batteries, solar panels, alternative energies, all the needs that these materials will have to respond to, with already known exponential growth in demand. This is what Claudia brought as a starting point. So if this exponential growth is what we're talking about, where are these minerals coming from? So for me, the discussion we're having here is sort of all of us seeing a train coming against us, and we're talking about traffic lights and how old or how qualified is the chauffeur of this train, and if we have or not electronic systems, and the train is in the verge of hitting us on our faces, right? I've lived, and all the panelists here lived, the mineral super cycle. A super cycle is not a friend of sustainability. When we develop mining projects in a hurry, in a crisis, we have impact. We expose human rights to risks. We expose people to violations. We have more impact on the environment because we're not planning properly, because we're not taking the adequate time. How do I do free, prior, informed consent if I have to deliver in 6 months 4 times more lithium than I would have, right? It doesn't exist. So if we're talking about a common agenda here, it's better we really beef up our discussion to the strategic level. I don't see between the European Union and the Mercosur or South America and Latin America, how do we really talk about what will be the necessary demand of Europe? What will be the necessary supply going out of Latin America? And how we match these two in a sustainable way, right? It is very easy for us to put penalties and restraints and dispute settlement mechanisms when the problems are already happening. By the time they hit international level dispute settlement, the glass is already broken, right? This is the tip of the iceberg. So, and here I wrap my comment. If we're talking about a common agenda, it's better we talk about sustainable development in a responsible way. We know what's ahead of us. We know the challenge of transition we have. We know where the supply comes from. How are we going to talk about it? How are we going to talk about sustainable finance, about sustainable development, about the necessary pace of development of this kind of output for the necessary input we need in the new economy? This is a responsible approach, right? So I don't think we are all the way there yet. I think actually we are very far. And on the other hand, the train is very near. So it's very concerning. We better expedite our talks towards how sustainability and responsible sourcing can occur. I think the changes we're seeing in government in Brazil are conducive. speaking about conducive measures, I think they are conducive. I think they will reignite a lot of the discussions around Mercosur EU discussions, and I hope this segment of that umbrella and other fora we have for these discussions will reach on a strategic level, so that we can really tackle that the adequate way and proportional way. So going back to your question, a very good one, the tools we have, are they conducive? Yes. Are they at the level we need? No. So we have tools, we have indicators, we have measures, but they are not being applied at the strategic level we need to make the difference we need for what this scope here that we are being provoked is asking us.
Perfect. Thanks a lot, Rafael. And actually, thanks for spicing up again a bit more the conversation. I will take this directly to Daniel. Talking about this strategic level, right? In your presentation, we saw lots of requirements of good intentions from the European level. On the other end, also internally in Europe, there are some commentators saying that in trade and financial policy, Europe is a little bit looking too much inwards. And these are also words coming from the former president of the European Commission, Martin Schulz, where, for instance, looking at the Green Deal, some commentators are arguing that it should have been a tool more for opening up, for actually finding this strategic alignment with partners around the world, rather than just looking at internal requirements. So my question to you, Daniel, would be in terms of strategy for actually, of course, in the case of Latin America right now, beyond, let's say, going beyond these requirements, what's in there? So in terms of thinking in terms of joint investments, thinking in terms of really having a plan, as Rafael mentioned, of sustainable development and supply and demand, which might satisfy the needs of both parties on the table. Is there a discussion going on in this level in the European Union? And if so, what are the elements? It's about investments, it's about transferring skills, it's about opening up new platforms for a more frontal conversation. What's going on?
Very good questions. So we don't like to put it like that, but we, the EU, but the Americans do. It's about China. It's about us versus China. We do not like to put it like that, but we see the need to differentiate ourselves, the EU, from Chinese investments in the field. And what we see is our biggest value added is that in Europe we have sustainability in our instincts. European consumers expect from our investors to have a sustainable approach in Latin America. We want that to be a win-win, and that is, we think, on the long term, what will work with Latin America. This is about all aspects of sustainability, not just labor and environment and climate change, but also about value added to the local and contribution to the local economy. And that is, we are really sincere about that, even if this situation now that we are facing with the Russian invasion is brings out the these survival instincts sometimes, and there is some short-termism maybe sometimes, but I think things will settle down, and we will see that it has to be a win-win for Latin America and the EU, and we have to make sure that these investments in raw material, critical raw materials, that will, I hope, will materialize, have to be in the long-term interest in both parties, and will be really sustainable, and not just greenwashing, but really sustainable, and really bring value added to Latin America and Europe alike. And I think that that's where we can differentiate ourselves from Chinese investors, let's say.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks a lot, Daniel. And I really appreciate your honesty as well in putting the name there, because of course, looking at data right now, also in terms of just, again, monetary terms, so the deals being made, the portion of Chinese deals in lithium, for instance, is going over any other country. And that's, of course, something which is changing quite drastically the landscape around not only investments, but also, of course, how do these investments translate into requirements or outcomes for social and environmental responsibility. I would just like to mention that there are only 20 minutes left, so there are still lots of questions on the way. So I would just ask every of the speakers to be as sharp as possible in your opinions. I will take this to Claudia now. Claudia, from a Chilean perspective, I read one survey yesterday made from a German foundation, which was asking Latin American citizens in different Latin American countries a set of questions about, for instance, preferred partners in trade or in different dimensions. And it came out that Europe was the preferred partner in terms of values being shared among the two continents. My question to you is, from a Chilean perspective, and also taking into account what Daniel said of Europe trying to differentiate from the investments and strategy of China, do you actually perceive that? Do you think that having agreements with Europe rather than China on some specific areas, of course, it's not that one or the other, but do you think that having agreements and a stronger relationship with Europe in this area is conducive to responsible sourcing, looking at all the aspects which are in Chile? So thinking about, of course, indigenous populations, environment, social sustainability. Do you have this perception? Do you think that's the case, or you don't really feel this difference between different partners?
I think from the consumer perspective, as well as in Europe, people is more aware and is looking at those issues. And for us, it really matters how and who is developing, is producing resources, and with whom we are trading. And from the perspective of Chile in particular, and I think from many countries in Latin America, Europe, as I mentioned in our previous meeting, is always have seen as a force of good in terms of democracy, and has nice elements. For another part, we have a difficult situation for many dictatorships in Latin America, and there's problems with other neighbors as well in the north. So we are not looking in the same way Europe. Europe is the force of good democracy. So I think one of the role that the European Union can play in this regard, as Anna mentioned, and also Rafael, when he said that if we need to produce an amount of material, we just violate human rights probably, because the business look at money. And I said we have to work in a common platform and common understanding, and with this sustainability things which the common people are pressing in Europe and here as well. So I think this will be a very good thing, and people really appreciate trading with the European Union.
Perfect. Thanks a lot, Claudia. And I think this, of course, apart from the let's say pleasure they may bring to Europeans to hear these words, it's also raising up the responsibility bar in really following up on these expectations. Going to Anna now, we mentioned before this multi-level situation, right? Going from institutions, they go from local to regional to national to transnational, and of course, markets playing the rules set by these institutions as well. As Rafael mentioned as well before, and also just Claudia now, we need new platforms for talking to each other, fundamentally, for talking to each other and for realizing how collaboration in the true sense of the word can be taken to the next level to ensure that supply security goes hand in hand with environmental and social sustainability. We often listen to this word of collaboration across value chains. I must be honest, sometimes it seems like it's losing a bit of meaning because it's so much repeated everywhere that it's not clear what it means anymore. From your perspective, really maybe talking quite concretely, what kind of collaboration do we really need if we're talking about, for instance, public-private partnerships? And where do you see the highest value in setting up these platforms for enabling this dialogue, looking at the future?
Right. Yes, thank you. Actually, I am curious about the MOUs, about partnerships that Gabriel mentioned. And so I was curious to see they are aligned with this idea of and as a framework for this type of collaboration to very concrete actions, as you say, because there are, I think it's very important to open up the discussion, and as Rafael suggested, to put on the table all the problems, so to understand the problems and the problems that are now exacerbated with the demand, and then we need to understand also that this is occurring in context that in many cases suffer from institutional weaknesses. So to deal with the environmental and social aspects of development. So I think that it is important then that these platforms for collaboration have specific goals and that can be commonly agreed around the value chain. For example, increase scientific knowledge about baselines, environmental baselines, and about, for example, in the case of lithium, there is a lot of discussion and understanding. There is a need of understanding the hydrology of salars that is very complex, of salt lakes. And that is extremely expensive. So how you spur common action towards these goals that are, that probably before, until not too long ago, they were seen as matters of just concern, national concern. But there is an evolving understanding that these are matters of concern for global citizens. So because there is a global goal of decarbonization, global goal of biodiversity or biodiversity protection, that extraction or development of these sites occur within the carrying capacity of ecosystems. So I think if we agree on common goals and the action that can steer action of all the different nodes or actors in value chains to contribute to that common goal. So I think as a speaker in the previous session said that, so he said that he would like to see more of global values, value chain as values rather than a market instrument. And I would see it in that way. So to see if it can evolve towards a very clear understanding of common goals and how all that, and that relates to the issue of how the action of different actors connect and collaborate towards these common goals, towards achieving common goals.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Anna. So there are just 10 minutes to go, and there are still few rounds I would like to make in 10 minutes. There is one question for Daniel in the chat, but first I go to Rafael. Rafael, before you made quite a systemic comment, which then spurred a quite interesting discussion, I will want to bring you back to the very crude dimension of money. We often think about, let's first align visions and then make investments based on those visions. Can it be the case, given the current landscape, where there are more and more sustainability requirements put into financial decisions, that actually finance, so certain joint investments, for instance, between Latin American and European countries, can lead to responsible sourcing? Is this one possibility? And if yes, what do we need to see more to make this happen?
Emmanuel, I think ESG responsible investment is already making a change, right? We, as practitioners here in the last 3 years, we've seen an explosion of clients coming to us and asking for our support because they went through due diligence requested by a financial institution, and they had their financing suspended because they hadn't matched certain criteria requested by ESG, by an IFC performance standard or something like that. So I think in that sense and at that level, ESG responsible investment is transformative, right? And I think this is one of the elements, along with certifications, along with new regulations, nationally speaking, new regulations in the market of destination. So when we see the proposal of an EU directive on corporate responsibility, looking at supply chains and how my clients behave vis-a-vis not what I deliver, but how I produce that product I am delivering. So that is a huge change, and it is happening, right? And this big splash I did in my earlier participation here, I didn't want just to throw the baby with the cold water. I think all of us here are bringing very important components that need to be used in a strategic way. And I think the last speech by Anna was very inspiring. How do we set concrete goals with all the wealth of knowledge we have around what is already on the table and what we have ahead of us, right? So, of course, there are issues with some of our Asian partners, as we heard earlier, but Asian economies have also been an interesting inspiration in terms of how we should plan long-term, right? And we could get the Japanese, for instance, as an example on how they treat supply, right? So we should think of a very strategic approach at the strategic partnership level on how to move these with the mobilization of countries involved in their national plan and the bi-regional plan, if we're talking about EU and Latin America. This is the only way we're going really to treat that in scale and at the level that the challenge is posing us, right? So I think this is really important. I think bottom up, we are seeing a lot of move through this tangibility and very concrete aspects through financing, ESG responsible finance, but top down, this organization of the big supply chains and demands through countries, through strategic partnerships, so that these visions are aligned, are going to bring scale to what is going to happen with this spike we are having and still have in the near future. It is very important that we support market forces in that regard. Market forces alone, when we look at past experiences in super cycle, won't be able to really develop the outputs necessary to that demand with tools at tactical level, at the private level. We need public guidance aligning with a multi-stakeholder approach to reach something that is more conducive for sustainable and responsible sourcing of minerals.
Perfect. Thanks a lot, Rafael. So 5 minutes to go. Let's try to have just a short round, conclusive one each. Daniel, the question that came for you through the chat was basically related to the critical raw materials package. So Alejandro asked whether you could explain, of course, at this stage, quite shortly, maybe then there is the way to go more in depth. Explain a bit more what does this communication covering the international dimension is about, basically. So what kind of non-regulatory initiatives will be covered, and if also the call for evidence is an opportunity to provide feedback or inputs for such communication as well.
Yeah, so the package will consist of at least two elements. One is the Critical Raw Materials Act, which will be about EU internal issues, internal market, about how to support mining and recycling within the EU and all, but not just mining, but all the stages of the supply chain. This will be the legally binding part. So this is the core of the package, but it will be accompanied by a communication. This communication will be about the international aspects. We are in the process, and that's why it's very important that if you have views, you let us know in the call for evidence, because we are really, honestly, we don't know. We have ideas what to put in, but we need your views, because we want to put there things that are really useful, that really where the EU can have a real value added, and not just recycle stuff that we are already doing, or invent new measures that will not help at all. We are in the phase, we are having on the top of the call for evidence meetings with some stakeholders, some important stakeholders, with lobby groups, with our delegations. There is an active discussion ongoing with Latin American EU delegations. There is actually a mission, what we call a mission, but I think it's not nice. It's EU jargon. A trip to Chile and Argentina of DG Grow, big bosses, to have a discussion with local stakeholders. We don't know yet what we will put in there. We want to go beyond what I just explained. What I just explained was about these traditional trade tools like free trade agreements, like MOUs, like TDI, trade defense instruments, and stuff like that. We want to address a bit the financing part also, and the investment, how to ease EU investment in Latin America, and all that with the intention to make it as sustainable as possible.
Perfect.
And to make it a win-win. So in short, the answer is we don't know yet, and that's why you have to let us know your views.
Perfect. Thanks a lot, Daniel. We're actually 1 minute before finishing, but I still want, if possible, Ursula, to have one final sentence each without creating any disturbance to the overall conference. I will be very quick. So just one sentence each for Claudia, Rafael, and Anna. Anna, starting from you, in building these platforms, how do we make sure for dialogue? How do we make sure that everybody is heard, including also artisanal and small-scale mining? Just one sentence.
Yes, yes, I would say that mindsets of collaboration, because so from mindsets of competition to mindsets of collaboration is key, and involvement of local stakeholders. In many cases, also local universities at the site, so at territorial level is important. They have important voice to be heard in these platforms.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Anna. Claudia, we often face this discussion from a linear perspective, right? Take, make, use. You mentioned circular economy quite a lot. Can the circular economy be a way to actually achieve more integration and collaboration for responsible sourcing? Again, just one sentence, please.
Yeah, circular economy together with other perspectives such as the life cycle assessment and EPD tools, I think.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And Rafael, for you, just a yes or no, because I know that you have lots of ideas to share. So I have to bind you to a yes or no answer. The train is coming fast. You mentioned there is lots of things to do. The time is not much. Can we make it or not?
Yes, we can. It sounds like Obama, but I think we know what we need. We have this transition ahead of us. The key question is, what is the role of mining at the strategic level? What's the plan for that? We don't have a plan at strategic level. We need that.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And then let's indeed work on creating this plan together. I wish to thank you all for being excellent speakers and panelists of today. It's been a very engaging session for me. I'm sure also for all the people listening in. And now with 1 minute delay, Ursula, I give it back to you. And thanks a lot, everybody, for listening in.
Thank you so much, Francesco. Thank you very much, everybody who was talking now. This was really interesting and so much information and inputs in a short time and then on time. Just excellent. Thank you so much. There is not much to say, I think, because you've said so much. I think people need to digest. So this is the end of the live program of today. We would quickly like to ask you, first, thank you all, and then ask you if you could maybe help us to fill in the conference survey. If you have filled it in this afternoon already, then you don't need to do it again. But if you have not, maybe you can take a minute or two to answer a couple of really, really short questions that would help us a lot with producing after the conference. And what can I say next to you? Just 2 minutes debriefing now. I will continue right now. Yeah, if you want to, if you feel like it, and if you register to the conference, we would like to invite you to join the informal exchange, which will start in 2 minutes after I have finished. Immediately, you received the link with the email already. And this is meant to be really an informal debrief meeting where you can talk to the team, to the conference participants, to the speakers, and just discuss a few things informally for as long as you like. Just a very open and easy way to do it. And the last thing for me today is to announce what's going to happen tomorrow and ask you if you want to come back again tomorrow morning. We would be very happy to welcome you again. So we had the conference program of today, and tomorrow we will start at 9 o'clock Central European time again. And we will have similar sessions like today. The structure will be very similar to what we had today. It will be sessions with inputs and then discussions, and it will be 2 different sessions, one on the digital solutions for supply chain due diligence. And the other one, the second one is, can we chase unicorns that can actually extract responsible resourced minerals for the green economy? We would hope to see you tomorrow again. I wish you a nice and pleasant evening. If you want to join the informal meeting now, just follow the link that was sent to you. And if you're done for today, I wish you a nice evening and maybe see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.